slowly 1 week after. If you wait till 1 week after, you are already gone. In fact, if you wait till 24 hours, even 1 hour after, you are already out of business, so to say. So we know that the media business is now driven by technology. The process is different. There's now this is just the foundation that was set. The revenue shortfall is there. Why the media used to get all the adverts those days. Technology-driven companies are taking over, and there are a lot of investments going that place. So we know that it is no longer as usual. Now we know that while you have the money going into one direction, it's now multi-directional. And like they say, there's no paper that's being 1 million nowadays in Nigeria. None. 1 million copy every day. In fact, 100,000 is becoming hard, but most of them are not even doing 100,000 copies. Meanwhile, we do like that before, then online business are now here. Now, with all this, how do I plan my own life that I'll really be relevant in the show? Sorry, I just want.
Sorry.
So the implication of the challenges is the fact that most of the media houses are no longer viable and that they cannot pay for their staffs. So these are some of the things that we need to know and why we must need to look at the business angle of the news, whatever we do. Now, when we talk about media viability, what exactly do we mean? This is where we're looking at intricacies and the core issues of it. Media viability is ability of the media house to be durable, to be stable as a media organization, where you don't have to depend on one source basically, or we don't have to depend on one person or a source, where whether one source is coming, one source of finance is coming or not, you can still run that organization. Whether advert is coming or not, you can still say, I will continue, this organization can continue. I was talking with somebody who said, at least in the next 10 years, we have the fund to run. That's sustainability, but the viability aspect is ability to say that in the next 6 months, this organization can pay our bill, can pay our electricity, can pay the, and even if you are not using electricity, as a publisher, you're supposed to be paid because your time is invested. You do news, you have to listen to news, you have to listen, you have to go and do some core work outside your level, outside your domain. For instance, if you have a job in Ibadan, yes, you can get people to ask you to do it, except you are just doing news item media. You know, there's some organizations just news item. Federal government says something, this one says something, and it's only what happened at the report. They actually are not going to deep news that really matter. You know that to do a good news that really matters, you need to go out. You need to network with people. You need to talk to other people. You need to liaise with people. Even if you are not going to leave your house to complete a story, you will make a phone call. That's really important. So you cannot talk about a viable media organization if you are not durable and if you are not stable financially. And if only what you have is just one source of income, it is easier for you to run out of gas if it is only one source of income that you have as a media organization. And majorly, we have always depended on adverts, most people. But if you depend on adverts, today you know that some will run into problem by depending on adverts. And then there are stories you cannot do because, like I said, you that play the piper will dictate the tune. I remember one of my mentors was saying that when they were doing this investigation about power, corruption in the power sector, that they were digging deep. And one of their major, I will not mention name, I will not mention organization. One of the CEO of one of these major organizations called and say, what's wrong with you? You are digging too deep. That the way you are going, you will eventually get to see that where our own hand is involved. Their hand is not involved in the front end, but their hand is involved at the back end. So he said, the way we are going, you are going to likely get to where, and you know that we will give you how much this, like 10 million, 50 million, 20 million per month. He told me to specify, and I can actually vouch for him because I've known this for years. He has integrity, and he said, see, sir, I'm doing my job. If because of, in the course of doing my job, you will stop your advert, that be it. How many of us can say, take your terminal and go? Or when they say, stop that investigation now. Even if you want to do strong head and you remember 10 million, and the bills that thing can pay, you are likely to give up. And it's just because you only have one source of income. So ability to diversify your income stream as a media house. And we'll talk about it because we are going to be viable as an organization. There are a lot of things that you need to look at. Now, it is only when you become viable as an organization that you can talk about sustainability. But we keep saying, first of all, be viable first, meaning that you are able to run and that you are not running on one leg. If only advert is what you have, you are running on one leg. And your progress can never be as equal with somebody running on the two legs. So we will talk about different means of getting money, and hopefully Mr. Deji adequately will talk about what they are doing as media development investment. Like I said, this year they have these funds at 22, 23, 24 that they give like 50,000 to media houses who are starting and who have products and they are filing. And it is not, it's not borrowed, it's not low. It's given to them so that they can establish and they can stand and they can become stable. But there are things that they will need to ask for. We also applied last year, we didn't get, because some of the things that the creativity things that they needed, we didn't have them. And this year, I talked to somebody that I know that has what they are looking for. They want you to be able to have means of reaching your audience outside your platform. So you have this individual has like 6,000 WhatsApp contacts who are their audience, and some other means of reaching their audience with their products. And so they said they are creative enough, and then they have a niche. Those are some of the things that the National Media Investment Program look at. You have a niche. We'll talk about all that, because those are some, when you apply, they look at all these before they give you that fund. Then when you are now filing, then we talk about sustainability. Like I shared, somebody said they have like 10, that now they have like 10 years money that can, I don't know how much that is, but I know because she told me that they have like 10 years. Now I'm sure that they have something that is really, really worthwhile. And they are not in Ogun State. They use a duplex in Lagos and a very strategic place. Maybe not, maybe 2 duplexes or something. So even if you look at the house rent alone, you should know that at least if you say that we are not that can do something 10 years, I'm sure that where they have their office, they can't pay less than 2 or 3 million per annum. And they are not the known name as much as we can say. So it is when we become durable that you can talk of it. And when we say a sustainable media house, what it means is existence of every condition which makes media business to exist independently and sustainably. That nobody can actually dictate for you and say, wait, we're not giving you this again. You can move away. Now, let's talk about media viability. How do you achieve that? Because that's the first thing that you must get to. There's no media viability, there's no editorial policy. That's number one thing you must need to look at. What does your editorial policy look like? Can you take anything? If there's issue of integrity and money, which one will you do? I was talking to, we're having a small conversation because I have mentors that I also discussed with. So I was talking with Mr. Dakolorian that when you started Premium, what are the things that you have? He said one thing is integrity of purpose. That they have, you don't want to compromise, that you can be doing, and they know they are going to be doing investigative journalism. And they know that doing that, you put them at a loggerhead with certain individual. The recent story they did about on this minister or youth or something was very detailed. When I read it, I said, you take a person who will not collect money to do this for government. Because they went deep. How many of us have read the story fully, where they went to the fact that she first of all claimed, she has lost one apartment before. Now, she wanted to make one of the pension something, but because she couldn't produce a NYC, she lost that position. But now they give her another position, and then she was not supposed. And when she missed that opportunity, Premium Times did it in depth, and they said that after that time, she wrote NYC. A lawyer wrote NYC that in her house that she used to live before, fire abducted most of her certificates, including the NYC certificates. So she's now required, she's now appealing that NYC gave him another one. It was discovered through that letter that NYC now went into their archive. They discovered that she had never collected that NYC certificate that said was bought. You understand what I mean? NYC said we could have evidence of the certificate here. So whatever you are saying that have been burnt, that have not been burnt, maybe it's a short memory. That what shows in our record is the fact that you were supposed to serve for 12 months. You did 5 months in Bayelsa and you absconded. I mean, in 2011 or 2013, and that you absconded. Initially, what you said was you wanted to transfer to complete the NYC in Kaduna, but you absconded. So we still have the certificate that said was bought. So you can see how. So I said, truly, this is a media house that, because said that sometimes their reporter creates trouble for their business development team, because as soon as they go and market some places, they say the organization will expose everything. You're looking for money from us. No way. Editorial policy. But I see that organization as one of the ATS financially, because they have development organization investing in them almost every now and then because of that kind of job. But that kind of job is not meant for everybody anyway. Because you take chest or whatever they call it hair to do that kind of job. So your editorial policy, what is it like? I will start down or you just copy. And when you want to do editorial policy, your sincerity, clarity, openness, truth, transparency, these are things that you don't just do editorial policy and keep it in one place. It must be on your line, on your platform. This is what we stand for. So that people can judge you. Now, the question is, do we as individuals or as a media house, as editorial policy? If we do, what does it say? We can compromise. Because these are some of the things that even if you do not get artifacts, you could actually get development organization investing into your platform as a media organization. I know somebody, I don't want to mention name, very strong platform in Nigeria, that Mercator called them because of the kind of level of story they were doing, that they needed to fund them to begin to do more. And this is not, they didn't have to write to Mercator. And Mercator is involved in media from heavily. I know there are some organizations in Nigeria that have gotten up to $4 million, $3 million, $2 million because of the nature of the job they are doing. So they may not actually get the normal, your normal artifacts, but at least they are able to sustain on that level. But you don't also have to depend on funders' money majorly. We'll get there. Because Mercator that used to fund and Ford Foundation that used to fund, particularly I know Mercator said by 2034, they are not going to be funding media organization again, that they have done enough. And truly, they have done enough. Go and check their record from 2012 or something. Go and see how much they invested into media houses. Funds that they are not collecting. If you have, as bad as it is, if your media house has like $1 million investment in what you are doing, you should be able to run your organization for some time. But those funding organizations will not just come to you because you have a media platform. You must be doing something. Your editorial policy must be convincing enough. They must see your track record. Yes, some of them may not get it immediately, but it is sure that that money is there. The fund is there. There are a lot of organizations that are funding projects that is on accountability. But it all depends on, have they seen, is your editorial policy shows that a committed media organization that they can actually invest into. So what is it about editorial policy that is really important? It must reflect the ownership. Who owns this media organization? Who is behind it? Because if they cannot find all these things, and it must be transparent now. Not something that is AC, not something you copy. Because I've seen some organizations, they just go to maybe look at editorial policy of either Punch, Guardian, and all that, copy it. Some do not even take time to actually reformat it, read it, and do something. They just think this is our editorial policy. It doesn't work that way. So it must be transparent, and it will show, your editorial policy will show in the content that you actually push. And that's why sometimes we do some page news and call it news item, when it's a sponsored item. It's part of editorial policy to be open so that when you do a paid content, don't call a sponsored content, don't show it as if it's a news item. Because we do that a lot. I even the major newspaper, I know a newspaper that they do something for some telecom organization. I think one of them said that maybe a word that you write, if you do like 1,000 words, they pay you like, they count it. If it's like 1,000 word piece, that's like 1,000 per word. And it's pushed as news item. Meanwhile, the writer or the columnist already taking 100,000. Maybe my calculation is from 1,000, just calculating. That is a sponsored item, not news item. And you cannot continue to do that continually as a media house and expect that you will make impact or you attract the right funding organization. Because your funding can come from advert, it can come from other things. It can also come from events. But we'll get there. The first thing that if you're going to have a strong and viable media business, your editorial policy must be transparent in terms of ownership. I mean, when you do sponsored posts, let them know it doesn't take anything away from you. This is a sponsored story. It enhances your integrity. And people will know which item is actually a sponsored item and which one is actually a news item. I hope that Chima will be able to join us. I hope she finish her exam, not just for me to appreciate her blessing. She said that there are some items that they bring that is to either Wasobia, because she's the new manager for Wasobia for Full FM and Nigeria Info. That there are some that is actually sponsored item, and she will tell them straight that this is sponsored item, cannot take it as news item, and therefore pay for sponsored item. If you feel that it is sponsored, charge people for it. Well, maybe you could do it for some time, free, but maybe just to bring their eyes back. But they can't be doing sponsored item regularly on your platform or on your media house, and you are acknowledging, you push it out as if it is a normal news item. It's not normal item.
I think I need to verify. But sometimes when media invited so sometimes even when they share questions, and sometimes some it's a bit dicey. You want to now say, oh,
If you are invited to a product and events launch, and it is shown that they are launching a product, you already know that maybe a PR for them. It's either you are doing a PR for them, you are invited to come and cover it. But you can create a news item from that. That is purely news item. But the challenge is if there have been envelope, you cannot claim, you will not be able to distinguish. That is why an accurate or an editorial policy. They said, I was told, I'm not sure that everybody does that. They said in premium time they don't give envelope and you take. That's their policy. That you do something, they give you envelope. As long as nobody in the top management knows, you are free. That's editorial policy. So that's what we're talking about, editorial policy. Don't go and do interview and they give you, said that there are times that they call them and they said, your voice are too rude. They did not ask for money, we gave them something for transport. They did not take. Because they know that that's not part of the culture of the media house. But the fact remains also that the culture of your media is really something that you must think about and begin to look at. So those are things that you must look at when you look at editorial policy and find out who and who can lead your values, because it's also important. Because you may say you are not connected, yet you are compared.
I don't want to add a small based on the question.
Okay.
Asked. But they are learning. They are learning. And we are trying to look at all the things that we beat our efforts, getting genuine financing and sustaining of our business. And now this issue of editorial policy transparency we were talking about, and you give an example of sponsors.
That's what
I heard that was it's a difficult balance. I think it's a difficult balance. I never not saying that I get your attending in the business. When we're discussing the issue of sustainability, initially come up from the office of CSR or what have you, about it long from when we were asking of us that do you report, no report, and discover that in our various platforms, we don't even have use newspaper pages or radio program or even online, a segment called Sustainability of Environment. And now what kind of this we wanted to create it. Now this issue was not put my class, maybe I was checking my phone. They said the press release, it didn't come from us. So can we also maybe try to make it transparent, maybe create a special place too. So whenever this press release comes around and it's not easily that we generate on our own app, some network or networking, and we that is place for press releases. They feel like sponsors, people they did not appreciate the paying or whatever, but people outside that are seeing it, so that okay, since that sponsor are done for something it's not there, so instead of us putting generally as
part of news.
Yeah, that's
that's part of news. The moment you begin to, because these are some of the reasons why we don't get the funding. I told you someday, call somebody and say, see, this kind of story you are doing, we want you to do more, and we know that it costs money. And they said, come over to Abuja, Makato. They leave Makato. So if people say there's no money, I don't believe. I remember last year, November, and please attend, we'll talk about that. Let them attend conferences, AIJC, and they're still coming up November again. African Investigative Journalism Conference. They always sponsor people. You know your way. If you apply, I think the sponsorship should be out in September. It's November 2 or 3. And there was a session that police guys were coordinating. And I remember one of us asked and said, funding is dwindling. And the guy said, I don't know what you mean. That the amount they put into media every year has increasing. So what is funding decreasing? As for him, he does not see any funding decreasing. It's just that media organizations, it's either they are not doing the right thing or they do not know where to access those funding. And truly, if you go to police side every time, you'll find pitches that they are doing and they are paying for. And you, if you are not a decision maker, I've come to realize now that, see, if you're a journalist and you know what it takes to be a journalist, you could make like $1 million, or let's say an average of 300, 400,000 a month, minimum, because there are pitches. Again, that always has a story of 700, 1,000 word maximum. And these are common story that is every unique story. They pay you $200. If you get 2 pitches every month at 75, 75, that's 300,000. It's not part of what you understand what I mean. So it's just that we're not looking at opportunity. And it's just because we have not developed our skill to the level that we can actually begin to propel. And but after our conference in Port Harcourt, I told myself, see, there's money in journalism. You don't have to go through anything. The guy opened our eyes like pitches that is coming up. And one of what there was no story that somebody did for us on IGNet, on our organization. And when they share it, I said, oh, thank God that we're even a prominence in international platform. It was later, and I have to give you 5,000 as okay, thank you for writing about our organization. It was later that he told me that, guy, I collected money for that story, $200. I said, collected $200 for writing that story, and I still pay you 5,000 to say take for drink that you are promoting us. So while you are working, you can still begin to look at opportunity for pitches. He was sharing, one of the guys that tell you, but he said they got a pitch, his friend got a pitch that the friend did not have enough ability, and that's where collaboration also happens. Because the guy who actually teach did not know what to do next, and so he gave it to this other guy. And it's a $1 million pitch. The guy said it took him like 1 week or something to do that pitch because it's his domain. And so when the money came, the guy took 300,000. He took 700,000. That's not a bad business. So if media people say we don't have money, hey, there's no money in media, that's a lie. It's because they have not developed our capability and ability. There are pitches almost everywhere. Now, and if you network with people, they will tell you. One of our training participants in Abuja, because I don't underrate anybody. They just put it on our WhatsApp. Do you have a story around this? They are looking for. It may not be money, but interestingly, what is 700 and 1,000 words? If you're a journalist that has been writing and it's in your body, what is 700 and 1,000 words? Do you understand what I mean? A journalist, somebody who has been a journalist for some years should be able to write 1,000, 2,000 words without, but you know that today is not, they don't want long essay again. 700, maximum 1,002. But 1,000 is good. So when I said, I just said, that's where I can do it. She just gave me the editors. Mostly they're not Nigerian editors. So I just done some pitches and I say, I like that the way you also pitch is also important. You need to learn all this, but that's not essential. But maybe it's part of what we're supposed to learn as part of media viability for sustenance. Because if you can pitch as head of organization and you can get money, you won't be under stress. So I just did the story. They sent me draft. Meanwhile, I've already stated in the speech that 1 week will be enough. Meanwhile, before I even send the pitch, I already finished the story, the draft. So he just said, when he said, okay, send me the draft, I just sent the draft to me. Because I already have 1,000 words. Their focuses on what they wanted, because they will have put what they wanted inside. I'm like, somebody do that, don't always quote in naira, quote in dollar. Because when you quote in naira, it will look like big money to them. But there are some which that is flat, 200. They are not paying anything about 200. So if you are pitching, you just know it's 200 that you are pitching for. I'm expecting them to pay me now. But I had to quickly go and reactivate my dollar accounts because of that. I said, so there's money in this and I've been, and you sit down and say there's no money. So don't say that these are ways to make your organization sustainable. If at venture, you as media owner, you can also pitch to other organizations. You have a right to pitch as long as it is your domain and you can deliver. But don't pitch for something that you don't have the capacity to deliver. So your editorial contents. And I was just thinking about, say, okay, if they now ask me how much is my salary, maybe somebody wants to coach me now, say how much is my salary. It's not my salary that I will quote. I'll quote my pitch. At the moment I'm now, because there's some organization that the moment you enter, it closes your mouth. You don't have an opinion. Particularly if it is development organization, you have to speak the language of that development organization. So I said, if they say now how much you earn, I'll say, okay, I make like this, not my normal salary, but I also do pitches. And this pitch earn me like how much? So it means that you can enhance your own value. But so these are just by the way thing. But what we're trying to do is to allow administration. So transparency of your editorial, because let's not think about individual sustainability. Let's think about the media house sustainability first. But in the prosperity of the MP is the prosperity of the company. You understand what I mean? If the MP is tribal, you won't be shouting on everybody. You won't come to say, we have not made any money. All of you are sitting down. Go and get the story. At a certain level, we do pitch like 1 million a month. As bad as Nigeria is, you can still at least relatively live a normal life that even code 617 will not affect you. How do you know code 617? It's petroleum. It's petroleum facts. So they call it code 617. So that code 617 will not affect you as much. So your editorial policy is important. Why is this important? To help to build trust. You can know that this is what this media house stands for. This is what we can expect from their news. But if you don't have a strong editorial policy that is transparent, how will people know? It will reflect on whether you put this content focus on advertiser need or for newsroom audience. You know, it's a different thing. There's a content that you produce to meet advertisers' need. I'm sure we know that. The way you craft it, it shows that you are promoting something, you are promoting a product. But you can write your story in a way that you are focused on your news audience. I wish we could get and I used to recommend it. Splice, SPLIC. Please join that group. They are media organization in Sweden. They've been able to build media business and they're able to coach a lot of people on developing products. And then they had in March, they show us how they build products. What is the Splice, SPLIC? And join the group. And they push a lot of how they develop products. Sometimes it's a joint product with their audience. Yes, Nigeria might not have been, will not be able to grow to a certain level like that. But at least some of the things that they share and the group share, they usually have a conference like that. I wanted to two of them, I wanted them to share in this through Zoom, maybe, but the timing was not right then. So that at least, because I keep telling myself that where anything I know and I know can benefit the media industry, I will share. And if you have a WhatsApp group, maybe one of these days we can organize something where those guys because they are almost everywhere. They develop product. How they do. There's one other organization in Zimbabwe. Is this Zimbabwe or Zambia? Who develop product with their audience. They are youth focused. And then they make audience their part of it. Huh? Oh, okay. So build your trust. Okay, it's already okay. So, all right. Your follow of editorial policy. So, Mr. D is already on, and so it's supposed to take 11, but I'll quickly do this. So, follow, and I'm sure that about the opportunities. That's one of the reasons why we wanted to talk this. So that because I know that most of us do not know of such opportunities at the places. And they started to teach you. They did this, I'm sure that's about 14. So follow up your editorial is already really important. It reflects on your product content and it will focus and you can build trust because you want to actually build trust and get people to buy into it or build other organizations to buy into your organization. Trust is something. Can they actually trust? Now, when you talk about media viability, the second thing that is really, really important is your business model. Your business model as an organization. And you cannot talk about business model without thinking about having a product that you are selling. So if I ask you, do you have a model that you run with your organization? Do you have a model? Because if you don't have a business model, it will show in the product that you are actually offering. And how do we talk about it? One, like I said, before we talk about how to build the business model and all that, there are two things that I used to say and which I actually shared in our previous meeting. That there's no one size fit it all model. There's no one size fit it all. You just have to know what works for you. But you must have a business model as media entrepreneur. This is really essential. Yes, there's no one size fit it all, but that does not mean that you should not have a business model. Business model often fail during emergency. That's number two thing that sometimes why we say there's no one size fits all because business model often fail during emergency. When there's war, your business model, whatever you think, maybe you used to develop product with your audience before, audience that is running away for security. That business model cannot work. But that does not mean that you should not have one. What worked during emergency, they said be trusted source of data. The only thing that will work for you during an emergency situation is for you to be a trusted platform. News. During COVID, there are media platforms people cannot reach because they know from day one, they don't have that credibility. So when it's an emergency, whatever business model you think you have may not actually work because there will be crisis and people won't be. But despite the fact that these signposts are there, that there's no one size fits it all, and that the fact that emergencies may sometimes may make your business model ineffective. The question that you need to ask yourself is, should I not have a talk? It's like you say you don't need a vision, just be going. Things will fall in line. It has been discovered that those who have vision achieve more because they know what they want to do and they can achieve it. Now let's talk about business so that we can round up so take business model. Your business model should cover this area. And therefore, that's why I'm asking you today that that's why we said use the social media. Go back and do this. Consumer value proposition. What can your consumer find on your platform or in your media house? What can they trust that you are very trustworthy platform? What is the value proposition they can get from you? Your business model should also include what channels are you using? We are now multimedia. We now have podcasts, we now have all of them. Some people are even talking about cartoon, using cartoon. All Mango is thinking about using cartoon to tell stories now. These are channels that are available. Can you play there? If you cannot play there, don't go there. Just stay where your strength is. Engagement metrics. your business model should also show your engagement metrics. How will you measure success? How? Or we just measure success by whether Aqua comes or not. No, that's not a good business. You and your team must have engagement metrics. How do we measure success? Then your revenue stream. How many streams do you want to have? Advert, newsletter, classified stories, where you say until you become membership. They say membership is not really functioning, but this business day is actually working on that. One of the leading organizations in Nigeria that is actually doing membership thing, and they are making money. And he said, I was in Wajik in Abuja 2023. The business day, I go home, Mr. Parker said that the people pay 25,000 per annum, and they have like or no number. They've grown to that level. So, will you think about membership? Are there places where you say these are classified information? You must register and become a member. Every news may be general, but maybe you have one strong investigating. Maybe you can say any strong investigating journalism that have been investigating issues that we have done that we have invested in. You can only read 3/4 of it. The rest, you must be a member to read every part of us. So the stream income, key resources, people and technology. What will you need? What are the things that your media house will need? People that will need. Who will do this? Technology. How many of us are preparing for, are actually saving some money for technology? The moment money comes, and there's a one bigger media house like that, the Ogagas wedding. They are not investing in technology, and that's why sometimes hacker can hack your system of your site, and some is gone. How much of it are you investing? That's why the difference between, I was talking with somebody who works in the bank, the difference between UDA and all those online bank and normal bank is because they invest more in latest technology. That does not mean that they can still not be hacked. There's nothing perfectly impossible. But the fact is, they up their game in terms of technology, and therefore it's becoming so difficult for them to be hacked. But they still hack them. So did your business model cover technology, what you're going to invest in it, and all that? Key partners are activities that you will do. You're going to be doing annual conference. Who are the people that you have thought of as being your sponsor or somebody you can talk with? People make money from conferences. Media house make money from conferences. Not talking about what that you say you are the best governor of the year, but it's not. But there are other conferences that actually hold. And one of the guys who talks in our media entrepreneur was saying that they have a newsletter that reaches like 100,000 every month, which is a business newsletter. And therefore, advert in that newsletter is really a good source of money. So revenue sources, cost structure, what will it cost you to maintain, to run that organization? Sometimes we say it doesn't cost, but it costs you your time, it costs you your data, it costs you your brain, it costs you the time you want to write, and you say everybody should go. What does it cost you? Without all these, you are lost in the crowd. That's the question if you don't have business model. For great media business model, you need to start with audience research. Who are your audience? I hope that, sorry. Sorry. Oh. Hello, Sadie. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, so the first thing if you are doing a media business model is who are you? What is start with audience research? What exactly are you really doing this for? The challenge is most times you don't even have an audience in mind. So, and you want to be a media house, how does your business go if you don't even know who your audience are? You can't be serving everybody. Yes, you can be serving, but at least you must have like 60-80% of focus, where some say that they do, those who are really focus on 80 of their, they focus their content on 80 and then they do 20. I was talking with one of these friends okay, we're sharing with from because see, you need to talk to media houses that have a mentor and talk to them. And he said that initially they didn't want to do story like covering Big Brother. I was talking with the managing editor, that said they didn't want to do Big Brother. But it became so good that they could create, they saw that it's giving them some level of traffic. So they created some aspect to just cover Big Brother. But initially, Big Brother was not, but you will not find Big Brother as the major story premium times. So you must track the audience. Who are your audience? That's number one. Because it will show if you don't have or you don't know who your audience is, it will show your content direction. You will just be pushing content because you don't have specific. And that's why I like people who focus on finance. They do finance. Those who focus on, there's edugist. They focus on education immediately. But you don't have to be so narrowed down, but at least have a specific audience that you're serving. 80% that you find on edugist will be something around education. Then they now have 20% for something else. Because if you don't research your audience, it will show. Evidence that show that if this is lacking, it will affect your policy making. It will show low profile of many media. That's the reason why many media houses have low profile. And people do not even know what to come and expect on your platform or your media house. Because it is absence of audio research will show. I come to this on my own conclusion that when there's lack of audience research and a focus audience, you will frustrate the audience that yourself because they don't even know what they are supposed to expect. There will be target frustration, there will be consumer abuse because you'll be giving irrelevant content. And somebody will say, why am I looking at this? We are not this platform. Why are we doing not picture? So when you see which one, this new Uganda copy lady that just went out, YouTube just go and cover this too. Is that your main area? Or one Ubage that was trolling. Oh, so that this is something that is going on. You just go into it. You don't go far. When you don't have real audience research, wrong content production, and then it will show in your corporate portfolio. That's really, really absence of audience research is the major reason why we have early exit of media organization. And that's why we say gone too soon. If we get our policy right and our business model right, we will be able to do effective media content. Our content will be focused on the 80% of it because your content should be focused, 80% of your content should be done around your audience. Are they young? Are they old? Are they? Describe them. You see your audience, can you know them? You'll be able to satisfy your consumer with the right content, and you'll be able to use the right channel. Like I said, there are a lot of innovation in channels that they're using now. They use, like I said, I was thinking of cartoon, using cartoon to stay story. There's YouTube. If your audience is audio visual, if you are doing only tests, you are not helping them. And now we're also talking about accessible technology, people with WD, ability to come to your site and read and then also enjoy. What are the technologies you are putting in place to attract some of these people, if they are your target? These are some of the things that you can keep finding. Many media startups, start with assumptions. They go assume, I know how to write, let's just go up. When you start with assumption, that will be good. Few who got it right or got the foundation of what brought them there. Sometimes we get it right. Some of us do the audience profiling and everything initially. But because we begin to make money, we forget those things and begin to do what everybody is doing. That will not help you. How and why you need to continue to do research. That's why people say because the Babalawo or the Abali did not know how to modify they will be. That is why you consult historical. Continuously do research on some of the things you do. When we do that, media consumption, do your media consumer response per time based on mood. Because today they may be responding, you may be getting their attention. Tomorrow they may not be getting something may change. And depending on the knowledge they have, first experience, attention, trust, media habit, personal circumstances determine how people respond to what they need. Somebody who has not eaten, they say, come and eat. Particularly if they are not eating for 5 days, and you now say something is trendy. They are not even eating. So where will you get money to buy data? So you need to actually pattern all this into it. How and why you should do, because when you do research, it helps your tipping point. It helps you to know what is working and what is not working. It helps you to benchmark success to your success story. So, so if you have achieved media capability, then you can think of media sustainability. And what does that require? It means ongoing corporate planning and vision overhaul. Who are we? Where are we? Who are we serving? What is our culture? What is our newsroom diversity? It is when we are already following that you can think about it. Culture. What is culture? When you are not even stable. Some people don't think about that. Product distribution channel. Technical need against cyber attack. We talk about some of these issues too. Because it's when you are actually. So you think about viability, sustainability, economic. Okay, I don't know, so that I don't. Maybe I'll have to stop here, and then we can do a workshop session on some of the things that is remaining. Because Mr. Deji, I don't know whether it has something to do. It's supposed to be on from 11 to 11:30. So, Mr. Deji, hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
You will want to do your presentation now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
That's fine.
okay.
We can make you a co-host so that you can share your slide directly with everybody.
All right, then. I'll do that.
Or you can also share with me whichever one that works for you.
You
Okay,
can make
okay.
me co-host. Or which? Or there's a preferred method. Hello?
Hello, sir. Okay, you can. So let's begin your session. Okay, make him a co-host so that you can share, so that every online person too can actually follow. Okay.
Please let me know when I can share.
Okay. Sorry, just one minute. I'm trying to. Okay, you can now.
Okay.
You can now share.
All right. Good day, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Leto, and thanks for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes. Randy.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
All right. So thank you for the opportunity to share and also thank you for the opportunity to share and talk about media business models. And I can see from your presentation, you've already gone a bit quite well into it. So what I want to do is kind of paint a bit of a background on why this conversation is important. And share a few points in the short time that I have before I run. For those who don't know me, my name is Dejade Kule, and I am Program Director of the Nigerian Media Innovation Program, a project of MDIF, the Media Development Investment Fund, which who I work for. It's an international non-profit that invests in independent media. And what we do at NAMIP is we have a cohort of organizations that we support towards sustainability, that provide support to who want to test out new revenue models, new products, and ways to function as media organizations. So I'll just go straight into my very short presentation. I just want to check one last time that everyone can hear me clearly. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
All right then. Okay, so my first slide here, you see a picture, and I call it the existential challenge of journalism. And that's because I am very passionate about journalism and the importance in society, especially in a democracy like we have, and the evolution of the crafts, also the evolution of the framework of engagement of journalism has evolved over time and has been forced to evolve over time. And another thing to think about is that journalism isn't an end in itself. And that's one idea that we need to have in mind. It isn't an end in itself. It feeds into other ends. It feeds into public good. It fits into accountability. It fits into a functioning democracy. So you don't do good journalism without thinking about the impact and consequence of the journalism that you are doing, because you don't do journalism just for the sake of it. And if that is your chosen passion and that's what you want to do, then you have taken a mantle of something that is pretty important, and you have to put in the effort to make it work, no matter the circumstance around. And that's why we're having discussions like this. Now, back in the day when I was a lot younger, our parents bought newspapers for us, and that was how we consumed the news. And we would not know what was happening there was no online streaming like this. There wasn't conferencing. I couldn't be in Abuja and be on a meeting with people in Lagos and in other places of the world. So information flow was different at the time. And the journalistic platforms and newspapers had a monopoly on the flow of information. And that way, because of that, they could create a very, very proven and profitable model, which was advertising. Different types of advertising and notification and information flow. So you go to newspapers. If you were looking for a job back then, you buy the Thursday edition of The Guardian. That's where you see jobs. If you had to do, and still today, if you had to announce an obituary, if you had to do a change of name, if you had to announce a service, if you had a public event, it had to be in the newspapers. And that means because of that monopoly and that power of information flow, newspapers were very profitable. All you needed was to buy a print press or have a deal, and you were good to go. However, Web 2 came about, and that's the dawn of the internet. And with the dawn of the internet, information became liberalized. First of all, there were new products online that started taking some of the functions that newspapers were taking. So applications like Craigslist came up that started taking classified ads of products and services. And that took a huge chunk of the adverts that were on newspapers. So the revenue reduced. And then you had other kinds of services. And then it accumulated in the existence and creation of social media. When social media was created, people had a different public square. So there were multiple public squares. And people had to communicate in different ways. So first we have, so due to this kind of changes, the kind of communication, the kind of information flow, what we had as an information ecosystem in the past is totally different from what we have now. And since we have a different information ecosystem, the behavior of people has changed, the customer has changed, the means of production, means of distribution, and means of even gathering has changed. Because that's one thing you need to think about if you are talking about business models or ways to improve what you do in the media. We do three main things in the media, in journalism. We gather news, that's number one, in different formats. So you go out there as a reporter, talk to people, gather news, gather information. Then we process information. So we edit it, create videos, documentaries, articles, and then we distribute to them. So we distribute them either as a newspaper to newspaper stands, to people's houses, on social media, on our websites, as newsletters, or different other media products. So those three major things are what we do. And the possibilities and the versions or frameworks that those three things take have been affected by technology. So we have a new information ecosystem, we have the new advertising ecosystem, which is now very liberalized because people can now go directly to the customer through social media. You can target advertisements now through social media and other platforms. Search, even Google search is also useful in such a case. So that is also something to think about. The public square is also changed, like I said. There's a public square on Twitter, there's a public square on Facebook, there's a public square on TikTok, there's a public square on Instagram. The behaviors in those public square, the needs, the circumstances, the manner of structure is totally different in each one. So that's something to also think about. And the type of consumer has changed. Now, consumers aren't just consumers, consumers are also producers. We all have our timelines, so we also publish in a sense. Everybody's now also a publisher. However, in journalism, we are guided by our ethics, and the more there's infiltration of falsehood and misinformation or a lack of trust, the more our ethics make us valuable. And that is why when I saw the slide earlier talking about trust, we are in a crisis of trust as a media space. And if we stay true to the tenets of journalism, which are accuracy, independence, verification, and independence, verification, accuracy, and factual, keeping things factual and non-fictional, we will continue to remain valuable to the end of time. Journalism isn't going anywhere. And these are things that we need to talk about and think about, especially when you want to decide what your media product is going to look like or what your business model is supposed to look like. Now, so thinking about that, there was a slide earlier where Mr. Lightos mentioned product thinking. And right now, because of the changes in these ecosystems that I mentioned before, you can't just benevolently publish and just believe because you are publishing something, people are going to read it. It doesn't work that way. You have to be deliberate in your design. You have to be deliberate in your sampling. You have to understand your audience. You have to create value and be sure that what you're bringing forth and what you are putting on display for people to engage with is valuable and is in front of the right people. So you have to think that through while you are starting a product. Otherwise, you will start with your passion, because we always start passionately because we are socially in people. Everyone in journalism is not there because they are looking for the biggest amount of money, even though you can be very okay as a journalist. The idea is you want to help people, you want to work for public good. So we get carried away, and then we say, if I gather 2 or 3 of my friends, let's have publishing here. Since it's easy to start up a website and you think that's all it takes to run a media organization, you'll be in for a rude shock. because you will not be able to pay your salaries in the second month, and you find out that you can't do everything. So you have to really plan ahead. Now, what is a business model? From my definition here, it's a plan for successful operation of the business. You identify your revenue, you identify your customer, you identify the products that you are giving, and details of financing. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. So basically, business models describe how organizations can create value in different contexts. And you also have to just think about innovation while you're doing your business strategy. Now, going back to what I said I'll talk about, which is details of financing, which means when you're starting a media organization and you're working on a business model, or you're trying to figure out how am I going to go about this venture, what you need to think about is your financing. What I mean by that is, how am I starting it out? And it is really easy. It is really easy to understand. It's a simple question. Because you are doing something that is social leaning, or what people can call social enterprise, doesn't mean you have to do business in a totally different way. Yes, your risks are different. For example, if you are doing accountability journalism, advertising might not be a sustainable way to go, because some of the people you write about will be the people who you want to advertise with you, and that might not work. So you have to diversify and find the framework that works for you. So all that means is there are different risks. However, the principles of business are the same, whether you want to sell shoes or you want to run a media organization. But because we had a monopoly in the past, where all you needed to do was get a printing press and just publish, and because you were the only ones who could circulate, people will come and advertise. We got mentally lazy in our ecosystem, in media ecosystem, just thinking that we had a right or an entitlement to success, which we don't. So we have to put in the work like every other business out there, look for funding, run our business properly, put in the right structures and the right frameworks. And when you are done doing that, make sure that you're paying your salaries, make sure that you are profitable, and that you are growing and you are being sustainable. And that is work. Every entrepreneur doing every other business, every other thing, even if you're a teacher or you are running a school or you are starting a fashion line or you are in tech, everybody goes through that same ideation process, which is first you have to discover, how am I going to start this business? Am I going to start it out from scratch? Bootlegging? Do I have people committed to working for free to start? Or am I going to raise some capital? Am I going to raise capital? How am I going to raise capital? How am I going to get money? What is my value proposition? Where is money going to come from? These are questions you have to ask yourself. Because you are doing a social good doesn't mean you don't have to ask yourself those questions. Otherwise, you will find yourself working as an antithesis to what you try to do. Because there are many people who start out and say they want to do the right thing, but because they don't have money, they start compromising. So what's the point? If you say you don't want to think about your revenue at the beginning, and then you think you are the most purist and editorial purist, and at the end of the day, you can't sustain it, or you don't even exist after 1 year, then what's the point? If you're really pressed about solving these problems, if you're pressed about journalism and its role in society, you have to consider these things. Now, there are different forms of business, and this is what we're talking about in terms of providing value. There are different forms of business. One, you have, and these are very popular terms, you have what we call B2B, we have B2B, we have B2C, we have on-demand, and we have subscriptions. So a B2B business is basically where you are providing a service to another business, which media organizations have been doing for decades, right? So as an organization, you want to hire, you carry your adverts to Guardian newspaper. To put it, what Guardian is doing is they are providing a business, a service to your business, not as to a person, to your business. So also a business is placing an advert on your platform or on your podcast or your YouTube channel. It is a service from one business to another business, and there are different ways you get that could take shape. Then you have B2C, business to customer, where you are selling a product directly to your customer. So when you have something like, and you are not doing any middlemen. So when you have like a website and then somebody has to perhaps pay to access it, or you are using social media, which is you are providing value directly and your customer is paying to you directly, one way or the other, directly or indirectly. So you have these are the places where reader revenue comes into play, and then you are giving them different offerings. So if because I have a very strong brand as a newsroom, I tell all the people supporting me to come and buy a t-shirt, printed journalism on it, that is a business to customer deal. I am merchandising directly to them. Then we have subscription-based businesses, which means you pay for access. When you are charged a recurring fee, a retainership, like the business day, like Stairs, like the Republic, these are all platforms that are subscription-based. The New York Times is also subscription-based, $1 a month, I think. So these are different platforms that use a subscription, which means you can't read the stories unless you subscribe. And that way they have recurring income that comes in monthly based on the number of subscribers that they have. And then we have on-demand business model, which means you are using time and resources, making sure that you are providing something unique based on requests. What is on demand? Probably a service. So when someone comes to me and says, I want to pay you as a newsroom to do a documentary in this sector, that is like they are hiring you to do it. So they are paying you and you are delivering on time and based on the schedule. That's on-demand business. So when people come to meet you and say, I know you do this service, I know you do this service, I want you to write an article for me, I want you to do this for me. There are newspapers back in time and still today, and then many of legacy newspapers who produce magazines for organizations. So these are kind of on-demand kind of businesses, or in some cases, a B2B service. So these are general business models. And if we're not talking media, in many of these, there are examples in other aspects of business that fit into this business model description. And that's the point I'm making. You are not overly the most unique person in the business space. You are simply in the business of media and information, and we need to do it well. Before I move to the next slide, another thing to think about is we are into journalism and public interest information sharing. And then we complain about money, but there are people who are also sharing information, who are not journalistic, who are content creators, either doing entertainment or blogging or doing tech blogging, and they are making so much money, and they figured out how to make things work. There's this travel blogger, Tayo, I know, who interviewed Ali Abdal, one of the most influential YouTubers right now in terms of personal, personal efficiency. And Ali Abdal says he makes like in a year, like 4.something million pounds a year. However, he makes expenses like 5 mil, expenses like 1.5, expenses like 4 mil, expenses like 2.5, and then profits, maybe 1 million in profits. So he's spending 2.5 million pounds on his YouTube channel, just a YouTube channel, one product, annually, to be able to create income of a profit of 1 million pounds. So it takes investment of money, time, expenses, resources. He has a team of like, he has more than 10 employees. And all he's doing is one YouTube channel. So there's a lot of work that goes into creating a viable information product. And that's what we need to think about it. And then we need to learn from everyone doing it. And not just say we are journalists and our case is different. I want us to get rid of that idea. Now, popular business models in journalism. You have the freemium business model, which is like you start out free and then you subscribe. So it's like subscription where you have like the stairs, you sign up for free, then maybe you get one article a day or so. Like New York Times does that too. You can publish or you can read one article a day and that's it. You have to subscribe. So freemium is you start out free, and then when you see that this thing is valuable, you now pay. Then a paywall is a membership. Paywall is also part of subscriptions. Membership is recurring income without a paywall. A membership framework is different from a subscription framework. A subscription is like a business day. A membership is like a Daily Maverick membership, where there's no paywall on their website, but there are other value deliverables that you get from being a member. So it's the same thing. You are still going to sign up. You are going to decide that I'm going to be paying maybe $1 every month, or maybe in Nigeria, like other platforms, maybe I'm going to be paying 3K or 4K or 5K every month. However, that is but there's still no paywall on the website. So that's a membership. The third is, of course, advertising. So you have classified ads, which is the most popular type of advertising, where you see different services on websites. You click a link, you go to somebody's page, or you see an address on the newspaper. That's classified. And affiliate marketing is when you get a link from another person's service, and when people utilize that link to buy things, you also get a cut, which you can do with almost every platform, from Jumia to eBay to Amazon. You sign up for their program, get an affiliate link. That's one of the ways YouTubers and bloggers make a lot of money. So if you are talking about education products, you can have an affiliate deal that if I write about this product and someone buys it, I get a cut because they got it through me. So it's a way of advertising too and making money. So rather than them paying you upfront, you put it, and then whatever your site gives them, you get a cut. And then merchandising, designing, when you have a strong brand and that brand has appeal, you can create content for people or products for people to get. Then the last two I have here are donations and crowdfunding. Now, it is done. The most popular success story in donations is The Guardian UK, where people just donate $1 at any point in time. Some donate monthly, just donations, because they love the newspaper. And The Guardian has been very consistent for hundreds of years. So people really love the newspapers. They are really, really dedicated to it. Some people even die and leave and write and leave money to The Guardian in their will. That's trust, right? That's the currency of trust. So there are donations, there are crowdfunding ways to use as your business model. And then there's events and experientials. We all see different people do different events. You see tech platforms doing tech conventions. You see people in the agri sector doing conferences around agri, people in the health reporting sector doing conferences around health. These are things that people can use to make money as well. When you have the right people in the room, the right conversations, and clear value add. So these are very, very popular business models, and you have to decide amongst this which one works for you. That's the real task. when it comes to business models. You have to decide what works for you and what doesn't work, because you have to test out and you have to master product thinking. And so add the final tip before I wrap up here is, there are 3 questions you want to answer before you start a platform. The first question is this: do I understand the problem? Is there a problem here? So have I done the research? Is there a need? Is there a gap? Maybe you want to do a platform focusing on an area. Is there a need? Is there a gap? Are people there willing to read? Are people there willing to consume? What kind of thing do they consume? Do they consume text or do they consume multimedia? You have to ask those questions. Understand the problem very well. Then the second question you want to ask is, am I equipped and capable of solving it? So do I have the skill? Do I have the personnel? Do I have the know-how, and structure to solve this very problem? So am I equipped? Do I know how to run a YouTube platform? Do I know how to mobilize community on WhatsApp? Whatever distribution platforms you want to use, whatever kind of content, do I know how to report? Are my reporters good? Do we know how to write compelling stories? Are they good writers? Are they good reporters? Are they also good writers? Or are they good reporters and bad writers? And people are not reading my stories on the platform because the writing is terrible. You get, am I doing high quality production or am I doing low quality production? These are all questions to ask. So first is, do I understand the need and the problem? The second is, can I solve it? And then many people think, okay, because I can solve it, then that means I should do it. No, there's a third question, and that's where a lot of people miss it. And the third question is, can I solve it in a viable manner? In other words, can I solve this problem and be profitable? If you have the solution and you can't figure out a business model or a way to run it, then you are wasting your time. And it will be more painful because you will start, you will be passionate, and then you will crash. So you have to make sure that you understand the problem. You are actually capable of providing a very, very apt and valuable solution, and then you can do it profitably. You have to make sure that you've covered all these 3 things before you say, all right, I have a business, I have a media product, I have something to do. Now, apart from this commercial ways of raising revenue, there's also non-profit funding that I didn't talk about, but many people know about, where you look for people who want, who have similar interests to you and are willing to donate. Actually, I spoke about it a bit. That's still part of donations, grants, non-profit funding, going to other people to support your work. And that's something that's been working for some people. However, there's also a risk of losing independence. The same way there's a risk of losing independence via advertisements, there's a risk of losing independence via grants. You are a health platform, but because there's grants in climate change, you start reporting climate change. These are things that we can see everywhere in the country. So these are things to talk about, to think about. And that's what happens when you don't solve your money problem. Money can throw you anywhere it wants to throw you. And that means you are not independent, and then you are not in control of what your organization is doing. So this is also a way to think about it. So you can think about it, commercial revenue with all these formats. You can think about it from the non-profit side of things, how to raise non-profit funding. You can also think of your business model from reader revenue. How do we get people to actually give to this platform? What value can I give to them? But everything is built on trust and quality of your products. Trust and quality of your products. Your editorial values cannot be sacrificed for anything. Truthfulness, public interest, accuracy, verification, and independence. You can't sacrifice these values for anything, because without it, you lose the essence of being a journalistic platform and one that people can grow to believe in. I think I'll pause here in case people have questions. Thank you for the time. I think I kept the time, and I'll take any questions before jetting out of here. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation, sir.
Hello, Mr. Deji.
All right. Hey, thank you.
Okay. Good morning. We are glad that you are able to reach out to the house. Thank you for such insightful sector, especially a part of the business model that people should begin to think about. And like I said, and like you have also confirmed, they must find the model that works for them, as there are different models around. And that must align with what their audience actually want. So for those online or for those of us who are here, do we have questions? Do we need to ask him questions on what he has just said? Do we have questions? If you are online and you want to just unmute so that we can hear you, or you just raise up your hand. Your speaker and ask your question. Okay, is anybody here with a question or concern? Some of the that I've wondered as finding out what they do more at NAPIM or MDI. Do we allow you to go? You don't have questions around. Okay, you want to ask? All right, okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I know you have tried to address a lot of issues. But do you think, do you have a template? I know you've done a lot of research and possibly there's a body of work that questionnaires that people that we can use to keep asking ourselves these questions, especially trying to dive on what model would work perfectly well for us. So number 2 is this: for someone looking at telling human rights stories, what kind of model do you think may work with them? Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the question. So I can't give you a template. Like I said, it has to be custom. For example, your media product determines the question of your ask. If you're interested in talking about and you're publishing online, or you're doing multimedia, you're distributing in a specific way, the way you ask questions, what you want to know about is totally different. So you want to consider a couple of things, right? What's the user experience? So how do people discover me, my platform, and how do they go? So if somebody scrolling on Instagram in the middle of the day and they see my post, is there a link that they click? What do I expect to be the user behavior and experience and funnel? And then what you want to do is, how do I get people to become permanent users or loyal users? In other words, how do I get people to become fans of my brand and my product, to read me over and over again? So these are things that you have to think about, and it differs from platform to platform. That's why they say there's no model. But what I'll tell you is just simply go and look for any manual on design thinking, on product thinking. There are courses. We are in the internet age. There's nothing online. There's nothing you read that isn't online. All you have to do is search. Just go to and Google it. You will find it. There's no topic. There's nothing that isn't on YouTube. You'll find somebody having a free video. So it's not even a question of money anymore. It's just a question of dedication to be on the scale. So if you don't find out about product thinking, find out about design thinking, how do I prototype? Prototype is a way of testing out something before you actually put out a product. So how do I prototype and find out if this thing will perform and take a guess? By the end of the day, like every other business, is in the doing that you know it. Is as you make your assumptions, you make very good plans, but you also have to continue to measure as you're executing and evolving as you execute. There was a second question you asked. Did I answer that, or can you repeat it? The last statement you made.
I think you have tried to answer it. It was related to you want to focus on telling human rights story. What
Human
model
rights
will work?
stories. Okay,
Because
yeah.
you don't want to,
All right.
you don't want commercial influence too much.
All right. So what kind of influence do you now want? So that's the question. People say you don't want commercial influence, but you need to pay salaries. I mean, is there a reason why commercial influence is a bad thing? The issue is this: you have to be editorially independent. The only way to be editorially independent is to have a diversified income stream. In other words, you're not making money from one thing. So that when somebody is angry with you and they pull an advert from you, and it's an advert that is very huge, your organization doesn't die. Or when a non-profit funder who has been the person that you're relying on decides to pull their funding away, your organization doesn't die. So these are the things you want to find out. You want to diversify and make sure that you are hedged against risk, right? The thing is, find out ways to provide value. There's always somebody who needs your work. If you are doing human rights, there's somebody who finds your work valuable. And if you can do business with that person, that's still commercial revenue. If you can create custom products for NGOs in the human rights space, that is still commercial revenue. So if you think you want to do anything that is big and large, and you think you don't want money to, that means you are praying for a billionaire to just come and give you money. And that does not exist. So you just need to find out, except you become a billionaire and decide to just spend on your own and run your business that way. But that benevolent billionaire doesn't exist. So let's find ways to practically solve these problems. Thank you. Is there any other question I have to run?
Okay, we will discuss that. You want the slide, all right? Everyone, okay. We will get the slide from him and then we'll see if we can share it.
I've sent it via WhatsApp, so
okay, thank you.
Thank
do we
you.
have any question that bothers on your own and your own organization that we would like to ask anyone before it goes? So can we allow him to go?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Mr. we appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time. Everyone here is saying thank you, particularly for the business popular model that's available. I'm sure that we will talk more about these kind of events and then when we actually make it to Lagos in real life. So thank you very much. God bless you. And
thank you very much.
A great day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay. We still have like 2 to go, and the DW lady already on our way. I'm sure that she will have, that's a physical one. I hope that Shoma will be able to join online. share. But what to make sure that close by one should lawfully guess. So for those of us who are here, can we switch off our Zoom so that we can concentrate there, and then those who are online can continue to be part of the training. So like I said the other time, it's very obvious that you need a business model and you need to do your research, knowing who exactly, I think it's working out. It's just okay, knowing exactly, because if you don't know who you are dealing with, you are done, your business is not going to. You can't be serving everybody. If you look at some of the outstanding media organizations, China, have you seen any Yoruba movie on this? Or any Babalawo, something. They are very strategic and they focus on their names, ability, and documentary. And in the recent time, it has shown that they have the highest number of followers across Africa, with over 1 billion. You build it, you are not going to get there overnight. But the fact is, you must build that capability. You must ensure that you have your audience is clearly divided. And I like what you said, you have been on finance. But the question is, how are they now creatively developing product that will meet different audience, because when you look at audience profiling, you should be able to, like we'll talk about this audience profiling and segmentation, you know what exactly they need. There are some that are just wanting to give their income. That's the finance. There are some that want investments. So how do you reach this kind of audience with a product that they can pay for? And I think that you should, I'm just sorry about that, for those of that, you should begin to look at business model, and because you need mentorship. I keep saying that I still talk to leaders in the industry. One of the things that is safe for us in Agri grassroots was the fact that we already define our audience, underreported stories in the grassroots or at the state level downward, that we're not going to compete with national news. So when we started, we wanted to do national news. And I had to talk with one of my mentors, Mr. Leko, and he said, you already said you are Nigeria grassroots news. So why are you competing with the big name, the Guardian, the Vanguard, in the national news? Yours is grassroots news. So we look at underreported issues, and there are a lot of underreported issues within the grassroots. If you look at local government environments, a lot of money goes into that thing. And the impact you make over time, I remember in our own area, we did a story on some road within Anuboshe, where our office is located, last year, October. And at least 4 of those streets now have is processed in the process of, because what we did after we published that story was to also collaborate with major organizations who help us to amplify. So sometimes they take advantage of they know the number of traffic we have. So this is where collaboration work. It will be better for us that we work with similar organizations who are doing what we're doing, so that we can co-publish, or we can help other amplify our stories if you have it. The problem is just that me alone, African culture continue to rob us of our opportunities. So whatever you are doing, you could find all the organizations, both locally and internationally, that you could actually work with, and then either co-publish or you cross-publish. And so these are ways to actually increase the capacity of your reach. Collaboration is also important when it comes to media business. And you need to begin to think about that. How do I collaborate with like-minded media houses, either locally or internationally? And you can always find that out. And then don't always forget your audience. We have already said Nigeria grassroots needs. So we want stories at the grassroots level. Interestingly, people pay for that. It's just that we think that they are not, nobody pay for it. Now, we're also interested in issues of gender and anything that affects the person with disability. So we find our story around those things. And so over a time, they know what we are doing, they know what we are actually known for. If you do sorry for those up and for those who are of the guy, if you want to do everything, the possibility of achieving of capturing the real audience is very, very narrow. The better focus you have, the more focus you have, like I said, it doesn't have to be 100%, but at least 80%. I was sharing with you the issue of when we were talking with the premium tiger. He said that 80% of their audience or of their product or whatever news they do, you know them where they are. And then if they now bring small things just to attract attention, don't just be doing all manner of story. You may not be able to compete with everybody. But all right, okay.
Share my experience. My name is Freedom Post. Okay. I started out because my lecturer in online financing told us just exactly what you are saying, that we should carve a niche for ourselves, that we can't do everything. So I did my master's in sustainable development practice. So I decided to focus on development stories. So I was doing that, African Development Bank stories, all of that, anything about sustainability and all of that. I was gaining traction, but I was in. Yeah. So I was tired. My friends that were doing everything, they get adverts from banks. Sometimes they tell me that these banks, will you like to also use their press release so that they can give their advice? It's not related to what I'm doing.
Well, there could be a development and industry. There's some.
Yes, there are some. If there is a development angle to the story, I pick it, but most of the time they are not related to what I'm doing. And because of that, I was not doing that. I got broke. So I decided to strategize. I started doing everything.
But the fact is, you see, well, okay, we're somewhere and somebody was they remember Abuja training, where the guy is saying that, see, your need determine, quote and unquote, what you can have. If you are doing climate journalism now, you don't expect that everybody will come and put money in it. If you focus on the climate journalism, you don't expect that everybody will put money into climate journalism. But over time, you will find people who will invest in that. That's why, but like we said, 80% of development issues, but you can now bring 20% or maybe some other person. But at least over time, what I've seen is there's nothing you are doing. It all depends on where you are looking at. That there's no money. Development issues, UNDP and OCO and all those may be interested in it. And over time, maybe you've not convinced them that you're a platform that they can invest in. Then everything is not about money. Everything is not about money, but money is important. Money is very important. But everything is not also about money. It's about fulfillment.
Now that I'm doing everything, I don't find fulfillment in doing
You don't but you have money. You have the kind of money that you are expecting, but at least you are sustainable. I mean, at least something is coming in. That is where we need to go back to what exactly we want to do. Yes, sir.
I think I want to do it.
For online so that they can hear.
Yes, we are with you. We can hear you.
Continue.
We can hear you.
Yes, I think right. I think the children will still ask kind of what to kind of a vision of like passes timing is more elastic and there's a no way of trying to market. And you talked about marketing action when you were seated in the society and CSR space for that area in socialized comment. Interesting to see about this happening we can look at. And when I gave vision of the area where I'm focusing, he said certain things I was really cutting. Now the question here is that you see you are managing the editor. Most of the time, in this part of our side, we don't have what we call governance. So you do everything. You are expected you are the master. Even though you have a chance to but in not shared. There's area you also because I want information of, for instance, you go to the start by the banks and support and you contacted their contact detail. Their computer. In this regard, you have to only attend to them. We also have the wrong online. They will say, okay, once you are online, go what it is. But if it's like go what it is, no. I think also it's one that we need to do so that we're able to get that stability. Even see major media houses that are they are big, they have one. For instance, say freedom, you put it out. Say freedom post. You see, when some people ask the common, you see that people prepare. I think that's okay. With their own platform alone, this is not to market it. But you see them apply other fellow competitors and all that. All we're talking about is how we are going to make money for our because virtually all companies are signed to
The fact also remains that if you do it well, that development, if you build a global, you will be shocked that you don't just be doing the story. Network will be around your own. So if you do from freedom, something like guys like this can co-collaborate on some of the stories that we do, increase your visibility, and both is a win-win approach. But the problem is, I want to do my own. This person want to do his own, and we are just in one room. Meanwhile, if we are in different rooms, it can help your visibility. And my network and your network, we can. So I know that Africa can be very funny that you don't want to share their network because you give some people the network, they want to corner you and send you out of that network. But I think it's about how much you can build your own relationship. And we have the LinkedIn that most of us are not using very well. Use LinkedIn to promote. Have the company's LinkedIn account and have your personal LinkedIn account. They say the rod of Jesse will kill this one. If the rod of Jesse does not kill one, the rod of something will kill this one. Build your social media handle are also important. Build them for your business. I deliberately do that. I have over 26,000 followers on LinkedIn. And so it increases the visibility of some of the things we do and help us to get speaking engagements. If you build your profile to a level that you get speaking engagement, you have opportunity to market what you're saying. So some of the thing is because we are only just writing and hoping that people will come into that platform. Interestingly, again, we're not using a platform that your audience actually wants. You are very comfortable with writing. Who told you that they don't want video, podcast, and all those things? So it is what you want, what you like that you push out. At a point, I'll tell you, okay, please give me something. And if you look at development environments, go and see what they're doing. Be a learner. Go to their what they're doing. There's one of these sites saver where we did something on PWD and we have a center for something. Site saver is now very huge recently. I don't know, I'm giving you global version. They are very huge on video now. Short 3 minutes, 2 minutes video. If global organization, I know it's money, but if you have a phone, the normal iPhone that most of us have, they are good with pictures. Their quality is very good. The iPhone quality is very good. There are some Samsungs also that is very, very, their picture quality and audio quality is very good. When you start collecting money for advert, don't just remember that there's now one clothes Gucci that you have not bought. Invest in small gadgets that can help build your business. Because it is investment in business that brings more money, not in the clothes. Not everybody will see your clothes. While it is good to also invest in office, make it techy environment. Make sure that you have what it takes to build the business, build a product. There's AfriPod. AfriPod is there for everybody who like that lady just talked about it, created AfriPod, African Podcast and Coco. And it is a free platform that it created for everybody. They are now doing annual conference around podcasting in Africa. Think about the product that you sell. Don't be afraid of it. Before we had Agile Grassroots, I had a development platform because I just, as in the early 20s, that one rested. I had that because I wasn't really, I was just interested in sharing, but the fact is, it's not just sharing, it's about building a product that people like. And interestingly, it was all that it had. I was beginning to have people, development organizations saying that, okay, copper has sold that I gave up. I say, I've been doing this 3 years, using my data, using my clinical. My family has not eaten. Why should I be invested? You understand what I mean? So the fact is, you need to begin to critically think, but more importantly, be a learner. Go to the other side. What are they doing? Particularly people who are doing something along your own area. And then go to meetings. When you go to meetings, you meet people. Don't take meeting for granted. I know what meetings are helping me to do. Go to meetings if you can. And some of these meetings, you don't have to pay for them. Particularly if it is major conferences. The only thing I keep telling people, just know that 6 months before that conference, they started giving us scholarship, free scholarship. When it's 3 months or 1 month too. Except you're a very keynote speaker. That's when you can get that scholarship. So sometimes some people attend several conferences related to their media organization, not because they have money, but they use that to build network. Don't just stay in your corner and assume that everything will come to you. Attend, it's part of business model to begin to strategically attend certain meetings. While I quite agree that virtual is good, but sometimes for those of us who are here now, we want to talk to this person one-on-one and share content. It's easier than some of us who are online. But it's better that they also get something. It's better than not have a friend of no, have a friend is better than nothing, the way they say. So, what are the strategic conferences along your area that you can look at globally? Why don't you begin to strategize that if I miss this year, I can attend this year? I remember there's something that time we used to run something around African child education right. And then there was this WISE conference in Qatar that they used to do. Then Qatar used to fund it when petroleum was still doing well. In 2013, I saw it, but it was 3 months too. So there was no more scholarship. And I knew that they would do it around November every year. And by January, February, March, the application for scholarship is already out. If you miss them, you already missed November free scholarship, meaning that fully funded, will mean that you want to attend fully funded without paying anything. And by November, I started putting eye on Wise websites. Everything I subscribe to their newsletter, so that as soon as something big will come out, by February, March, they announced that Wise is coming on in November. This one. By March ending, it's already closed, and they were announced by May. If you are waiting for May or June to apply for scholarship, that's where you find many people going to certain conferences and you think that they have money. They don't have money. And they check the person which are there and they meet the right person. Well, why would they share? Should you all have internet? But some will still share. All right. Okay, you can, because I'm sure you attend also meetings like that.
I just want to also add something too. I think as journalists, if we stop seeing ourselves as just people that report news, if we start seeing ourselves as experts in that, so like for your space, you can start speaking about sustainability. Like not just I'm very sure you have gathered a lot of knowledge.
And how sustainability? Sustainability is a key issue.
Start like what we are very small and we are trying to do.
And in Jesus, we too, we are trying to be like some.
So, but we are to look like what I would love to say is that we look at opportunities like international conferences, and some conferences have been so nice to us to accept our session. Initially, our paid sessions, I will not speak on those. But I just started, let me start speaking, not just organizing. And start giving me more visibility.
Exactly.
To the extent like that sometimes some conference that they accept our session, we are the small organization, we think that they are small. Until when we put some bigger organization on it, and they start want to compete with us on that session, and we start knowing that this thing that we are getting is a very important thing. So we've been able to, and to also buttress your point, like we were at a conference in Kenya, and we met someone from the UN that introduced us to the UN in Nigeria. And sincerely, we thought there are some conferences that you meet people, they don't, but at least maybe you see one nice person. She said she was going to introduce us, and she did. And because if we are speaking to the UN in Nigeria here, they will see that email that not respond.
Exactly.
Because some of
It's regarding you.
Have to work with them. About 5 members of their team in the first meeting were in that virtual meeting with us. Because so if we need to be intentional, those conferences you meet somewhere and go as an expert, not
exactly.
Just as like for me, I'm still young, I'm still trying to be my but I people start when people invite me to events, I just pick me and a media person. I'll come and go. He believes me. I'm not here to come. I'm an expert. I can sit on your panel session. I can have interesting conversation. Don't just come and ask me questions about how am I doing as a journalist. I'm not just that. I'm more than that. And I think that is how we can really meet with people that can help us.
Yeah, that's really important. The great conferences, if you know, they already announced the topics they will be talking about. See, your story is not too small. Pitch that story and say you want to put a breakout. You know what you have done. Particularly if you have done quality job. I went to one conference last year, and this year it was sponsored. Last year it was sponsored, but I'm not sure that they will sponsor me. So what I did was, when it was out, when this year program was out, I said that they said, do you want to organize a breakout session? Some of the things we have done, I put it together, and I say we can hold a panel, and it will be of interest to the audience at that I didn't know that they will ask you what have you done because what you have done, some of the students done or some of it, because you don't just speak that you want to go. They will tell you what have you done, so you must be able to show evidence. So if you have done investigative or something, you also say. So I submitted, and then me, I just submitted like, okay, let me just submit and see whether, and then I got a letter back and say, okay, we're interested in that panel session. How do you want to hold it? Do you want to take it on the whole or you want a group? I look at me and say, see, guy, better you see, at least for the first time, let's do it as a group. So if there's another person that is interested in that kind of a breakout session, let's bring all of us together so that, and I know that in that kind of conference, when it is a breakout session, like 3 or 4 are talking, they will only have like 30, 35 minutes. You will not dominate the 45 minutes. So your not you. It's wisdom. Your secret will not be open in case you started saying jargon. So I just said, let me test what I okay, let's do it together first. 3 or 4 first. And they accepted, and later they sent me, okay, can you fund yourself for this trip or you need funding? I said we need funding for travel and accommodation. By the time you get travel and accommodation, at least something is already off it now. So you see, you just do what you know how to do. It's not, I'm not confident about myself. I'm just saying, this big platform, if you destroy, if you destroy your own image, who sent you? So I just said, so let's do it in. I'm sure that the other people are interested in this topic. Let's make it something like a conversation among 3 people. If you get there and you know that the other people are smarter than you, speak for 5 minutes and keep quiet. And keep quiet. But your name is there as a speaker. You give you a profile. Normally, next time you can build on that thing. Your women get a speaker in this international. So because I want to test the water first before I expose myself. What if they give me 35 minutes and I ran out of in 10 minutes? I'm not saying that, no, I prepare for my visit. But sometimes I say, more wisdom is profitable and direct. So sometimes part of building the you attend. Meetings you attend. Who are in this meeting with you? Who are in the group with you? So these are some of the things that you need to take notice of. Yeah, government policy, like if we are talking about sustainability, economic situation, and we are back to that. Economic situation in your country or in the global environment can affect how much you will be making. Your area of focus will also affect. If you are doing gossip, you will find more people interested in gossip, but that should not bother you. That's not your interest, your calling. There are people who be interested. There was this program they did in a hotel. Maybe just about full detail about it. And I attended. And I was saying, oh, this guy put a lot of money into it. But somebody watched online and said, I like what you guys did. And from UK gave them 5 million to do another one in November. So he invited the leader to the guys, that one that I was sharing with you. They gave them, they said, I like what you're doing. Organize something, but be sure that you have become expert. Learn. Don't go and gather people and wasting time. It will show. Test the water. Test the water small, like me, like I'm testing the water for that program now. That it's not like I keep saying, have invested a lot of energy into this. I read like tomorrow. I attend conferences as much as possible. But at the same time, there are platforms that you don't want to disgrace yourself in the first attempt because the first attempt will matter to what happened in the, because I know somebody who said they have been attending that platform since 2011 and unsponsored. It means that that person is doing something that they like. Now that they now want to give you one foot in the door. So I just said, okay, let's organize something like 3 or 4 people who are interested in that. And they say, okay, fine. In fact, by the time they reply, I've even forgotten what I even teach for. But I just remember that it's around our core area, which is young people, raising young people in the media and all that. So I say, if it is that area, there's nothing they want to do. So this is something economic, and your audience and national goals will be affected. Your area of interest will also affect what you do. Government policy may affect some of the things you do. So I'm just saying that we should also consider all this by the time we're thinking of how much income we can make. Sometimes government policy may favor you. Now it's in the administration. There are some media houses that will get things. When the money comes, don't just begin to remember that that's time you wanted to do the very pay for father. When the thing comes, because sometimes you don't always have your contact is not always there mostly. And like you said, that's what I've noticed. If you attend international forum, see, it becomes a level playing ground. That's something that I've seen. A minister can be there and you walk up to him, my name is so. If you can't do that with chairman, the security around them can be too much. But at the national forum, they are not allowed to come with their district. You can be lucky and shake their hand. I've had some good names that I don't want to mention because I don't have that I've had to shake their hand and say, and I remember where I was coming, I really shake because it gives you open access. There's no military, there's no any. So that kind of thing happened. There was something we're doing after the former ambassador of one of the embassy here. And I said, we do this thing because I know they invest in children. And they say, okay, show me what you're doing, but also have a website that is ready so that they can, because most times they don't have time to be redoing everything. And then she linked me up with their person here. And then I began to have talking time with somebody who would not have. Interestingly, I mismanaged to go to Abuja. I'll see if I go to Abuja, the person did not give me contracting call. Sometimes you can have opportunity and then you also not. The person say, come to Abuja so that I'll have a discussion. I say, can't we have it on the phone? So me, I want to determine what they wanted. So sometimes we prepare for opportunity. These are some of the things that are really essential for us to look at, and then we can actually begin to see the possibility of not making sure that Okay. So like I said, depending on your own area, there you can find funding from um, philanthropic organizations that are funding media. That can be a good place for you for awareness. And more importantly, so now the challenge of getting funding from philanthropic organizations, you need to know. Some fund running costs, while other fund project costs. Some it may be running costs they are funding. But even if you take 10,000 for running costs, 7 million, it's not what I mean. That can be something for your running costs. Some one only fund projects. Maybe you are investigating something or you are doing something that they are interested. So just find that. Some it is only pitch they give you, where police give a lot of money for pitching and all of them. So police are Policer. Policer. That's like Policer is like Grammy in video. They are like Grammy award in video. So they give some forms. Just go to their site. There are some of the things that they fund. I know they fund climate and all those things. They've got something on health. They want something on, and some of them are rolling basis, meaning that you can submit anytime. But some of them have a time, maybe a quarter time. These are places to get money. But the clause about funding from transfer is newsroom look like NGO that must give some suitable assertion to reporting and grant credit. They give you money and you mismanage the fund, or you see it as a wolf. They give you for running cost that you choose it for this or this, or maybe it's for electricity, office, and all these things. And then the money now goes to the CEO post. You finish it. You can't access anything again. So you must learn how to do reporting. You can't take money and go and sleep. They give you that money for a purpose. If they say you want to fund, maybe you are doing an investigation that they like, they want you to do more. Invest it in that project they give you money for. And the money are there. Also, build relationship with funders, evaluating grant and grant promotion. Doing what I did, but build relations with them. There are funders that will take a year before they can even consider you. I'll give you an instance. There's one that from 2018, I was pursuing everybody. I was relating with everybody there. At the time they got tired, they say, okay, so I didn't know what. Our project chief will call you and discuss what we are funding so that you stop submitting all manner of things that is of interest to us. Because now, give us money now. And we didn't get anything until 2021. You understand? So just continue to do. Until recently, it goes to big media houses, but not longer again. Sometimes it's the big media houses that get money before. But now they're beginning to think that they can invest into local and regional newspaper or media houses so that they can grow. Because they've discovered that most of their media are going to for a particular set of organizations. And so they just came. Then another way you can get money, public donors, ask for people to give you. That's why it's not a bad thing today for people asking. People check premium. News are now clinical. Don't be afraid to ask for money. That's what I see. Donate. Nobody may donate today, but tomorrow somebody may say, I think that this guy should want a donation. I've seen a case where somebody just said, okay, I just felt like, okay, let's give you 100,000. If we did not keep, if the platform did not, but we're still doing it. Somebody may remember you today and say, maybe it's one story that you do that the person may say, okay, I like the story, continue to do this kind of a story. Can we support you with? Even with the 200 in 3 places, in 4 places, in 5 places, it's something now. And those ones are easy to spend than funders. Funder money, people must account for it. But all those ones that they give you, don't just give you, okay, I just support you. They are not asking you to come and give detail, but it's also good to be accountable. Keep your records straight so that at least when time build, give it a possible, have a financial statement. Even if you don't have audited, you don't have an auditor now, have a financial statement, meaning that this is how much we spend. So that when they ask you have a financial statement, because those are some of the things these people ask for. If you don't have a financial statement, they think that they can't trust you with money. Have a financial statement. And what is financial statement? Your money on internet monthly. That's an investment. That's an expenditure. Maybe you have a laptop. That's what laptop could be. Those are something that you can put on the financial statement for now. If you don't have, understand what I mean. So have a financial statement because you can't be dealing business without a financial business. Because they want to see your track record, ability to manage money. For some organization, if they not see you, if your total budget per annum has not exceeded $2,000 or 3,000, the maximum they will give you is $6,000 because they want to test whether you can actually handle $6,000 over 10,000. But some they just give you available. But they will try everything that they will see that you can do. So to myself, being a great journalist who win award is different for media business owner. And I think that is some of the challenges we have. They think that I have to be a award-winning journalist. You can be a award-winning journalist and you don't know how to do business. How many first-class people are actually making money? 1 out of 10, maybe. But you find the guy who is a street smart guy, and he's not doing 419. Because sometimes you think it's 419, it's not 419. That award-winning journalist does not mean that you make everything. Private business and editorial issues, everything you do. Financial statement, please keep it. It's really important for you. Make sure that you prioritize your business and editorial issues every time. Make sure that you have a record of everything. When they ask you today, do you have a financial statement? Some are also asking, they want to see the structure before they give you money. Do you have a structure? Do you have a board that you report to or something? You don't have to go and look for party told me to be a board. They just want to see that you have people that you accountability process. That's just the one that's okay. That it's not that we just give you money and then it's a one-man or tomato organization. Money is gone. One man just take it. Have 4 or 5 of the brain as part of the board, and then have a meeting with them maybe once in a year or 2, where you keep record and say board meets once quarterly or twice in a year to discuss progressions of organization. Because those are things that they will show that you actually have a structure. But if you don't have those things, and before that one, they say that it's only one-man business. They can run it. And particularly for us in Africa and Nigeria, the image is still somehow. You understand what I mean? So they need to see all those things. Audience first culture. Have an audience first culture. You start from we're talking about. Please admit this first. So build a stronger community. If there's nobody in your environment, build one. As in, if you're in finance, raise community of finance, media, whatever. When you work as a group, sometimes they trust you than when you are only one person. That's why sometimes they don't give you money as a single organization first. They say go and form a community because they know that at least all of you will fight before one person will need the money. So I know you will fight. So form a community of people, you and you already in the same human rights club, or something like that, 4 or 5 of you. So you can also say we belong to a group of. That's some of the things that these white people have that we think that you have anything. We also have a something along that area. But if you are no ranger, you say, this person can decide to take the money and run it. But if you are 4, and they say, okay, let's invest in 4, you think that at least one of them, before one person will steal the money, other people will talk. That's the way they think. That's the structures are not. Audience profile, think about the audience profile every time. And then when you have a strong audience profile, they will be involved, they will support you, they will be committed to your media outlets, they will be profiled. Sometimes they will be ready to subscribe. It's like we said, business is doing it. In business organization need to go there now, I think, because they are more successful organizations doing membership and all that. If they organize something, go and listen to them. They must know something that we don't know. You understand what I mean? So in October we're doing, November we're doing an annual conference, and I hope that we'll be able to get Mr. Franklin to be a keynote speaker and some other people. So you can keep, maybe we'll take the WhatsApp group so that I'll greet you when we have something like this and all that. So when you hear people who are already doing something, they'll say, "Can you one shade?" Or what are they doing? Say, they like they're just lucky. You to be lucky now. They are not just lucky, they know something. Because that's our attitude. What are they doing? They're just lucky. They there. Okay, you to be lucky. Why don't you be lucky if it is luck? Yeah, there's some more that you may not be able to dive into. But it is important that people. Hello? Are you? Hello? Sorry, you did not be Look, can you help me check? I'm sure it's around. Somebody is coming to you. Just say at the reception or something. So you look at if you build a strong audience like this, that kind of audience will help you. Your subscription, they can give you ideas of what to do. They can even link you up with people who can actually fund you if you have. To excel, stream besides mostly to essential thing. Don't when money comes, don't just begin to buy everything you have, and then begin to the advert self. Think about how to do advert without having to go and because if you only have 1 minute and 500,000 is billboard, you finish you do 2 billboard, 2 months, 1 million is already finished. So how do you run the running costs? Be strategic about your spend. It's all depending on what revenue source, like I said. It's not ideal for you to depend on one revenue source. You know, where talk about the several sources of revenue. I think we discuss about it in this place. We'll think, okay, you can also run an event and make sure that you promote that. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. Can we celebrate her? She paid a good price to be here as a student buying the DW bureau chief for West Africa. So, like we said, you can look at all this possibility and then see where you can function. Don't depend on one revenue source. Think about event, think about content that you can sell, newsletter, and all those things, adverts. These are important things. Remember what innovation is. We'll talk about that. That's the side that I added to other constantly innovate. Innovation does not necessarily mean that you bring something new entirely. Look at what other people are doing and then develop, catch something to it. It's just an improvement. What product does this one have, that you can actually refine to fit your own? That's innovation as far as I'm concerned. And it's just an improvement on what she can, if it's HDMI compatible, can go. This is an improvement. What is so constantly innovate and the house, what you can do, the first thing is if you want to do you should go. So how do you innovate? Sometimes you can do the fast thinking. What is it that you have been done? What is other people doing? Think backward and see whether you can do the reverse of that product and see how it works. Serendipity and exploration. Be open to accidental discovery and chance connection. Sometimes chance connection can actually help you. And then please read, particularly if you have LinkedIn, People are sharing a lot of knowledge. Read. Network. Sometimes some little connection can help you. Some of the faculty we have ever used, some of them, for her, meeting at the first time, but we'll be talking. Network is possible without you having to, as long as you don't abuse the relationship. That's one thing. Don't abuse research and learning. Get feedback. It's really important for you to get feedback. Every inch toward media sustainability reduces your dependency on any source. So the more you begin to work toward media sustainability, it reduces your depending on one source. Do you know that that's one of the things that can give you a potential? You have this baby, you are checking your weight, you are checking your balance, as if the balance with how many of us have explained that kind of thing? You are checking your weight, you are checking your account balance every time. Maybe this network that are not sure that the money has come. If you have several sources, you I know you happen to be something like that. I'll be checking my mail. I'll just send that mail. Has that income? Then you are checking your balance every time. I see. No, you can't stop giving yourself a potential. All you need to do is so if you don't have media is not sustainable, media capture is very possible. Media capture is more pronounced in media capture is one of the South African slogan that we picked. Media capture where somebody is depicting everything. So, I think that is all. Remember, the level of viability may be hampered by the audience economic power. How much do they have? Like you can't get money like every other person. Economic power, but one major thing can help you to cover how many years? Regulation of political stability. Thank you very much. And I believe that continue. Yeah. We just want to say thank you for that session. The next person so that I've spoken about that for quite some time. I mean, there Rory Chukura Bari. Okay. So thank you for coming. And thank you because you honor our invitation. I really at home because of the school here in Gabon. I'm being the head of PW for West Africa, supposed to be monitoring everything. So I'm happy that I feel like being a hub of that. Really, because before we actually wanted to do when the others go back to the central contract and said that okay, maybe we should just do back up for everybody. But it's good that ladies appreciate it, I value it, and we don't know how much it is worth. So let's welcome him and share what he does. Okay, check. Yes.
Hello, everybody. I'm very excited to be here with you today. As Mr. Inka already said, my name is Flourish Vine, and I head the West Africa office for Deutsche Welle here in Nigeria. Before I start, I'm very happy to be seeing some young faces among us today. And I don't know, maybe I can just take one or two introductions. Maybe you can I just want to have an idea of your background, what you do, and just one or two.
I'm Teresa Moses, right for gas matches.
Cast match.
Gas match, GA, GAT,
Okay. Awesome. Somebody else? Yes, smiling.
I'm a senior person.
Awesome.
I'm working at the media.
Okay, awesome. So is there anyone here that has a media company? Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, and I want to assume that we are all in the news journalism aspect.
Yeah.
Is there anyone doing like entertainment, sports, music? It's included in your plan. Okay. So today I'm going to be talking about building a globally relevant and viable media business in Africa. And I know Mr. Yinka has a lot of experience and he has shared a lot already about the business side of things, getting revenue, building relationships and all of that. But I just want to share some thoughts that I would like you to have in mind, even as you venture into this business of media from an African perspective. Now, I've been privileged to work with CNN here in Nigeria as well as DW. So I think I have a level of understanding as to what agenda or what mission is behind international media when they come to Nigeria. So I have a little bit of insights to share with our own African media entrepreneurs. And I'm so honored that I have this opportunity today. So the very first thing I want us to know is something that we've all heard. If you study journalism, you've heard of the term global village, right? And that is this idea. I'll go to the next slide. The idea that the world is now so small, as a result of technology and social media and internet, that whatever you do here, you don't need to travel thousands of miles in order to share your message. From wherever you are, from a click on your phone, you can reach the world. Now, I have here in my slide, what does global village mean? Now, the term global village was coined by Canadian communication theorist Marshall McLuhan. The term first emerged in his book, which was published in 1962. Now, I don't know about you, but I find that very interesting Because this term first emerged in 1962. That's how many years ago? 60 something years ago. And this is 2022. And it could not be more, like, it's so true, even in our day, right? Even more true today. What does global village mean? Now, McLuhan described global village as a situation where all people will be more connected to modern technologies. The global village definition implies that even when people are not physically close, they can still connect, share experiences, and access the same information through technologies such as social media. Now, I'm starting from here because I want us to start from a known and a like generally understood point, which we all as media professionals know, and that is that the world is now a global village. Also, through these different technological platforms, people can express themselves and make an impact in any part of the world. I already said this, that the global village continues to shrink, so much so that any media products that you are building here in Africa, and this is why I want you to pay attention. What that means is anything that you are building, any media product that you are building here in Africa must be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with international brands. Now, if you don't have a media company, you might say, oh, I don't have a media product. But anything you produce as a journalist in terms of your content, your articles, your videos, audios, those are considered as media products. So whenever you put something out there, whenever you make something, I want to encourage you to have the mindset of a global citizen, not just a Nigerian or a Lagos citizen, but a global citizen. Somebody that that is writing, and someone in Kenya or someone in Zimbabwe can connect to what you're saying. So I want to encourage you to break the limits on your mind in terms of physical location and think beyond where you are. Whatever it is that you are producing, whatever product, remember I said product is not necessarily a company, but something that you are offering, that you are putting out into the world, whether that's in the form of an article, a book, whatever, whatever product it is that you are creating, keep in mind, always have in mind that you are not just doing it for you and your sister and your brother, or you and your neighbors, or your local community. It might be to have an impact in your local community, but ultimately, why would you want to feed, let's say you are a philanthropist, why would you want to feed one person when you can feed millions? So there is no point limiting yourself to just your small space. And I feel like this is where a lot of media people in Nigeria, this is what they don't understand. And that's why you see a lot of sloppiness and, not a lot of excellence when it comes to our media products. Like I said, the challenge to every one of us today is to think global and not local. Ask yourself, how can I build a product that someone on the other side of the world can access, can understand, and can be impacted by? The second thought I want to drop with you today is the fact that every media business must have a digital expression. Now, I think I want to presume that each and every one of us here has a digital presence. Still riding on the first point, which is that we live in a global village. We have to understand that the game has moved online. Things have changed. So if you're still banking on doing a physical product or doing something that's only viable within a physical small location, then you're still lagging behind. We must understand that the world has gone digital. So I see no reason why whatever article is in a newspaper should not be found online. And global media organizations, global media companies, they understand this, and many of them are pivoting. So, for example, the organization I work for, which is TW, in 2015, we created we assessed our strategy and we changed to a digital first strategy. What that means is whatever it is we are producing, we must first and foremost have in mind a digital audience before then thinking of TV. By the way, DW is a TV station that has existed for more than 60 years, I think around 65 years. And it initially started as a radio station before then becoming a TV station. So TV is what, like, that's what everybody has in mind. I work for a TV station. But what they are trying to encourage us as journalists that work for DW, so don't think you work for a TV station. Think of yourself as somebody who works for online media, right? And same thing with BBC. In a few years' time, BBC will be completely online. So you will no longer be able to see BBC on your TV or on radio. It will be 100% online, and they are working towards it. The third thought I want to leave with us here is that as journalists and as media entrepreneurs, we need to understand the creator economy. We need to understand new media trends and formats, most of which are based on integrating human psychology and technology. Now, what I'm saying now is based on my previous point, which is that the game has moved from offline to online. So what that means is you cannot be stuck in your old ways of like writing an article or doing, for example, for TV, we have like live interviews. So we'll pass over now to our correspondent who is now in, let's say, Kaduna, say Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. You stand there with your phone and you are talking, and maybe you just cut whatever you've done for TV and put it online. It's not going to work because your audience, they have a very short attention span. And this is where psychology, human psychology comes in. So there's a lot that goes into capturing the attention of your audience, you know, and all of that happens within the first 3 to 15 seconds of your content, of your video content, depending on what platform you are publishing on. So if you're saying that you have a traditional media and then you just create a social media account just posting all your things there, it's not going to work. You actually have to do the work of understanding how these things work, understanding how to create a captivating video, understanding how to create a captivating caption, understanding how to, you know, package your message in such a way that it's irresistible. It's irresistible. People cannot but click on it. And you know, that's what bloggers have been able to master. And that's why you see blogs like Instablog, Ninja, all these gossip blogs, you know, they are really in millions of views every single day because they understand how human psychology works and how it intersects with technology. So we as media professionals, media entrepreneurs, we need to actually do the work of going to learn how these things work. Thankfully, there's something called YouTube University, and it's free and accessible to everybody. So you can go on YouTube and learn every single thing you need to learn about understanding media trends, formats, and how to get people to watch your content. Now, I just want to share a personal example. I work for DW, but I've also been privileged to build a second, let's say, like a personal project kind of online. Now, within DW, I worked with a team of other people, young people, 2 other people who are Gen Zs, like they're super young, between the ages of 20 and maybe 24, and 1 other person in Germany. So we're 4 on the team, and we built a page for DW on TikTok called DW News Lagos. Now, the idea of that page was to create news and package it in such a way that Gen Zs are interested in it and they're able to consume that kind of content. Because people just want to see comedy, right? That's what you think. But that's not true. People actually want to see serious things that can help them. But it's just that we've not been able to manage, you know, we've not been able to hack how we can create this kind of content. Now, that page was in a way successful, but in a way also not successful. We now pivoted and we handed over to another department. It's no longer with us. But basically, over a period of time, we experimented using all kinds of videos. We did green screen, we did the dancing trend, we did pointing, we did just text. We experimented. And why is an organization like DW hiring 20-something-year-olds in Nigeria, paying them a lot of money every month to do this? It's because they understand that that is the future. So I'm going to get there in a little bit, but I just want to encourage us to have that mindset, that growth mindset of actually this thing that people are saying, these trends, is like for the older ones that are among us, I want to encourage you to not be cynical about it. Like, don't just be like, this Gen Z, all they know how to dance, press phone, do this. No, actually get into the phone and know what they are talking about there, and know what is captivating them, and know how do I make a video that can. If you look at the West, you find grandmas, old women that are having millions of, like I said, the world is now mostly digital. So there's something called the digital economy. So somebody that has millions of followers, the person is wealthy in today's world. You know, whereas if you have millions of dollars in your pocket and you have nobody to influence online, in a way, you are broke. So we really need to hack into that digital world, study about it, innovate, add our own spice, and let's see how we can also infiltrate that area. Yes, sir.
Gives analysis kind of was using it together. And to me, I look at it as if he has already limited himself when it comes to reaching global audience. So how can somebody like that? They have 2 months to release. They just like we get finding, but he does his own dialect. So how can somebody like that reach the global audience?
Okay, so for that, there are so many layers to it. But if that is his vision and that is his passion, he can do it in such a way that it will still be globally relevant. And let me give you an example. Ashake sings in Yoruba, but he's selling out stadiums in London. So I don't think it's necessarily a limitation. And if you study global trends, you notice that there's this move towards restoring indigenous languages. So that can be, it's all about the way you package it and the way you present it. That's the truth. Someone like Whiskey, he also sings in Yoruba, but he's a global star, like no question about it. So I think that also we need to really, it still boils down to being creative and understanding how it works, because again, it's just all about the way you package it. For example, you cannot just make a video that is not even quality and just sit down anyhow and make nobody's going to watch it. And TikTok, a platform like TikTok is very brutal because you can post and for forever your video will be on 0 views. 0, not even 1, 0. That means nobody will see your video. And if you study TikTok and study Instagram and study YouTube, the algorithm, you hear people talk about how the algorithm, it's like a system that determines what video gets shown, what video trends, and all of that. The fundamental thing, and I heard this from a guy named Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is like one of the biggest YouTubers in the world. Like, if you post a video today, this morning, by evening, that video already has millions of views, like millions all over the world. And he now noticed that in order for him to expand his influence, he needed to open a second account, and they're translating his videos to Spanish. And he's translating to other languages. So my point, again, back to your point that language is not a barrier. Now, Mr. Beast basically said that the fundamental thing of the algorithm is just creating content that people like. That's just, if you actually create content that like people enjoy and people can, are interested in, really interest, then it will actually go far. So again, I know that many of us probably, I mean, how many of us are news journalists? Like, you do hardcore news. Okay, one person. So many of us are not, two people. So, but for news journalists, it might be challenging to actually present, oh, this is serious news. How do we present it in a fun way? Creativity is key. Creativity, like you just have to be creative. I can give you examples and examples. I actually did not plan to go in this route. I would have brought examples for you of TikTok pages that all they do is history, current affairs, and people all over the world, are watching. Now, I'm going to continue and expand on my point as I go. Now, back to my, in line with everything I've been saying, is the fourth point, which is that Africa is sitting on unmined digital gold. And if media entrepreneurs on the continent don't understand this, we may soon experience a digital colonization. And it's already happening. It's already happening. I can tell you without any shadow of doubt that international companies, their eyes are on Africa. And I will go into why in a short while, but we need to understand that we don't need to go out there to find what we are looking for. We are sitting on it. We just need to somehow figure out how to mine that gold. And when I say gold, I mean, yes, money. Money, I mean, again, digital wealth, influence, and social change as well. So Africa is sitting on a mined digital gold. And as media entrepreneurs, we must figure out how to mine that gold. Now, what are some of our assets? When I say we're sitting on the mined digital gold, I'm talking about treasures that we have within us. We have culture, we have music, we have spirituality, we have a very extremely, we have the youngest population. Africa has the youngest population, and we have a large population. So what does that mean for us as media entrepreneurs? I'm sure just by mentioning this, you can already see the media expressions of all these different things. It means that we have exportable stories. That's what it means. We have stories that not just people here in Nigeria would be interested in, but globally. Stories that people globally will be interested in. And not just that, we also have an opportunity to make our voices heard in the world, to make a difference, not just in, I'm not trying to say something like, oh, change the world. Yeah, we can change the world, of course. But I mean, make changes and fix our own problems with the power of the media. Of course, we need to understand that there are certain limitations. For example, we have political limitations. There are certain things you can't say, otherwise you'll be arrested here in Nigeria. Yes, we understand that. There are certain realities here, that are unique to us. But if we are creative enough, remember I said global village, digital tools, using digital tools, we can make a difference. Now, again, I just want to reiterate certain points. The first one being that international media organizations, they understand this and they are investing billions of dollars in taking over our media landscape. Okay, so maybe somebody might be thinking, well, I don't have money, that's why I'm doing it at this scale. I'm glad to announce to you that as long as you have a phone, you don't need millions of dollars. You don't need millions of dollars. I've been privileged to study some of these media platforms and experiment with certain things. And I can tell you for a fact that if you can hack storytelling and understanding how to pique the interest of people, you don't really need a lot of money. I don't want to go too much into that. You're interested? Okay. Well, my advice to you would be to actually, do you have a social media page? Of course you do. What platforms are you on? Okay. And what kind of media organization do you work? I work with okay. Okay. And so let me say you're a journalist, right? Is there a way? So what do you need money for? Do you have a phone? Yes. Okay. What do you need money for? Yes, like you said, we need quality news. We know that people respond more to multimedia videos and all of that. And so for us to be able to produce quality. And most of these gadgets, they are not cheap. Okay, so you need money for gadgets. Okay, what else do you need money for? Physically, for now. Mainly gadgets, right? Okay, so do you know that it's possible for you to, and I can tell you because I've worked on a project that did not work on TikTok. I told you just now, it worked to an extent, but after a while, it didn't work again. We had money to buy the best segments. But after a while, people were not watching our videos because we're not creating interesting videos. And we're not creating videos that people like. And we're not creating videos that follow our page for. Do you understand? So I think that we shouldn't think of money as a limitation, because if you do, you will not do anything. You can't do anything significant. You can start from where you are and say, okay, what are the things I have control over? I have control over how I tell the story, how I package the story. I have control over what exactly the story is about, you know. So maybe develop the skill of storytelling, like to become super good. And then we can now start talking about when people know that when they come to you, they can find a funny, not funny now, but like they can find something valuable. You know, even also apart from the storytelling aspect, presentation as well. Do you understand? Like there was a video we did, and what the person was talking about was really, really good. But because she's from Southern Africa and she speaks Swahili, so her English is very terrible. So the way she was saying it, even me, I could not even comprehend. Do you understand? How much more somebody that is sitting on their bed just scrolling? They will just scroll past, they will not watch it. So even if you have the best production, the best editing, the best everything of all those technical aspects, the basis, the fundamental things like the way you speak, the way you tell the story, the way you present yourself, the way you look, we have already lost those parts. So the video cannot be successful. Do you understand? So we need to actually work on those foundational things first, and then we can now move to. I'm very passionate about quality videos and quality writing and all of that. But the fundamental, like somebody said, that masters are people who have mastered the basics. The basics, storytelling, you know, all those type of things. Like we need to master those ones first, and then gradually, right? Yes.
Since we are explaining the patients of and there are conventional ways
Yes.
of doing things.
Yes.
There are some conventional ways.
Yes.
And this about
yes.
I don't also comment for your openness. It was like this particular session, and you are giving an insight where you have worked and things that the those resources that they did not get to be desired results. So as professionals, so like if there's some people that I see they are students, they are intent, they are learning conventional way. but it appears like the expression we are seeing now is that the really conventional things may not really get the desired results. That is, it appears like your conventional way.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for your question. That question is actually answered in my next slide. So I'll just go to my next slide. So what do we do? That's what you're asking. What do? We have this conventional way of doing things, and we have this new media thing that we don't understand. Now again, like I can only talk based on what I know, right? So
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You know, definitely you're Nigeria, then.
Yes.
It's what we did back then.
When I previously I think US in our class, I was really listening from the things media.
Okay.
Others were sent from their stations and other to your broadcasting station there. I remember this only concern with our structure there. They were hard on us, when you do this, do this. Remember why I asked if in Nigeria, you know Larry AJGD, later became Larry Sandwich. That result was now he said he works under MS for late, then one like that famous broadcaster and sports commentator. So when he came up, it was for those that are used to this sports sitting there, when Larry was anchoring it on there, it was totally unconventional. It way based on what he did. Even he said he has to get a lot of knocks from his superiors there. But today, as one can see, he goes to a radio station that is doing well. So I will be looking at it, say all these things that you have learned, and initially when you before you came, my colleague here has a master's in sustainability. He was following the classroom conventional way of doing, but he's not getting the desired results. So if you can ask for this to the area where we go from here.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your.
I just want to add that it looks as if those that are not professional are the ones making money.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm talking there. I love that point. Thank you so much for mentioning that. And do you know what? It's very, very annoying. Very annoying. I studied mass communication at university, and then I have a master's in broadcast and digital journalism. So professionally speaking, right? I know what I'm doing, but somebody else that doesn't know anything will just post something online and goes viral, and they are making money. But I don't want us to just focus on making money. They are also making impact in their own way. They are influencing the way people think. And that's our biggest problem, not necessarily the money. So what should we do? That's the question on everybody's mind. First of all, this message is not just to us here, but to media entrepreneurs like for around Africa. We need to invest heavily in research and development. Well, like I said, this days it's not just about physical cash. There's something called YouTube University. And I'll give you an example. I mentioned earlier that I have a personal project called the Shining Light Show. It's something I started as a faith-based platform, like a show where we talk about different things related to the Christian faith. And I started that channel about 8 months ago in November of last year. And in a way, it was like an experiment for me. Let me even see how this thing works. Let me see if everything I know is true. Prior to that, I've been, like I said, I also built a TikTok account for DW. So in terms of research, learning, all of that, I've been so engrossed in learning about these things, learning the facts, learning how it works, learning how to write a clickbait with title, learning how to put your thumbnail in a way that people cannot scroll past, they have to watch, all these kind of things. I've been learning and I've seen different angles in this Nigeria. There are people in villages in Anambra. There are huge influencers on YouTube. You won't believe it. They don't have anything, quote and unquote. We, the people that we are professionals, we know what we're doing. We are sitting down here. They are making, when I say influence, people all over the world. Keep in mind, let me go back to the subject of global village. When you talk about global village, with this whole jackpot thing, people moving, there are people that are going to, Nigerians are everything, and they keep moving out. And as they are going with their culture, they are going with their, and they want to remain connected with what is going on back home. So just what I say, just what I mean when I say there's an opportunity for media entrepreneurs. Because people from outside, they want to see what is going on, they want to know what is going on. You know, but we've not been able to master that skill of knowing how to really get people's attention. It's an attention game. That's just it. Sorry.
Movements, because it's a called professionals. Even in the process of making money or things to there, for some that have get certain so what that you can see it play this role in these things now. It's not that those people that are getting attention, they get any specific skill. It's just that we that like professional try to be pedantic. It's not this way that they have told us. It's not the way. If you do that way,
so you can still kind of ask it to I appreciate your just question, but I'm actually getting it. So, like I said, I try to study these things and see how it works, you know, what kind of videos are people watching. It will amaze you to see that. And like I said, somebody, not just somebody, people in rural places in this Nigeria are making a lot of money from the digital platforms. And again, not just money, influence. So, like I was going to continue my story. So I opened this channel November last year, and I started implementing everything I know. Now, I know this is not a religious platform, but by the grace of God, today, you know, we have a video on Instagram, just a 1 minute clip. The interview was about 1 hour, 15 minutes. Just a 1 minute clip. We have over 2 million views on that video in less than a month. We have millions of views on so many. I mean, as at last month, when we started posting our new set of interviews, we had 429 followers on TikTok. By the end of the week, we had 15,000. So again, this is me saying, okay, all these things I'm learning, let me actually put it to work and see, does it actually work? And it works. There's a way to it. There's a system to it. There are tactics. There is something that they are doing. Do you understand? I was watching an interview the other day, and this guy, I forget his name now. He interviewed, he said he interviewed the youngest billionaires or something like that in Nigeria. And these boys, none of them is more than 25. I don't know if you've seen the video, it's on YouTube. And one of the things one person said there, many of them, they are into crypto, all these Bitcoins and all. And, you know, if you do the investigation well, most of them that say they do those things, they are actually their own boys. That's the truth of the matter, let's just be honest. So this guy was asking, and he said, when he's online, he posts himself with like cash and with like glamorous cars. I mean, their cars are like more than $90,000 for their cars in this Lagos. And the guy was like, but throughout the video, kept on saying, oh, we lose a lot of money. We lose a lot. Like, it's not all rosy. We make a lot of losses. And the guy was like, why is it that you don't mention it on Instagram? That is risky. You could lose your life savings. It's not just that you. He said, because we know what people want to see. So they know what people want to see, and they're leveraging it. So we need to study it. That's why I said, like, first point, invest in research and development. We need to study it and see what do people want to see, what's going on in people's minds. And we can do it. We can do it. And that's what technology companies have managed. That's why they will release an iPhone 14. And you're like, wow, this feature is so nice, isn't that? Because they've been able to master the skill of anticipating what people want and what people want to see. When it comes to media, it's even easier. And I will encourage you to invest personally in research. And like I said, you don't need money, just go on your phone. Go on your phone, don't be, my mentor, Bishop David, said that you should not just see yourself as a consumer. You know, a lot of times, even us media professionals want to relax, you are just scrolling. You're not even thinking that me too, I can be not just a consumer, but I can have a stake and I can change and say things that, you know, people would click and I'll be the subject, I'll be the topic. It's me that people will scroll to see. We are just seeing ourselves as, you know, we are just there to be entertained. And again, this is something that international media, they understand. And I'll get to why in a bit. But we must invest our time, our energy, our resources in research. The world is, you can't even catch up. I think I saw something like, if you read one book a week or something like that, I can't remember, you will not be, you are still like stale. You can't catch up the amount of knowledge. We live in a knowledge age. So we must actually put in the work and not just stick to our own ways of doing it. Let's find out what's going on. How are these people able to capture people's attention, to grab people's attention? Secondly, we must invest in technology and understand how new media works globally, as well as finding new ways to reach our audiences. That's the same, almost the same thing as point one. Thirdly, we must invest in the next generation of digital creators and micro influencers. That answers your question, sir. There has to be an exchange between the younger generation and the older generation. Let's face it, these Gen Zs, they know it. They know what works online. So we need to be able to collaborate with them, you know, and find out, oh yeah, what's the newest trend now? And like I said here, there has to be an exchange between the older generation and the young ones. Generation can teach the younger generations ethics and media standards, while younger ones can teach older ones about formats, trends, and storytelling techniques. I'll give you an example. I have a sister-in-law who she knows TikTok very, very well, but she also wants to be a journalist. She's actually already a journalist. So what she does is, when she doesn't really think about this, blah, 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 you know, I advise her that don't do this, don't do this, you know, you are a journalist, there's a way you should say things, you're not giving, it's not possible, or you need to verify, you need to make your calls, be sure what you are doing, put the legwork and all of that. Guess what? I also asked her, this video we want to post, do you think we want to watch it? How do you think we can make it better? She would tell me, maybe do this transition, do this, or no, use this word. Or what are the latest terms? Yesterday, I learned one from a Gen Z too. I like to hire Gen Z for my team because I learned so much. I learned so much from them. You know, I told him something. I was like, I don't know again. I'm not saying that. You know, what is the language then? And you know, you can integrate it into your headline and your writing in such a way that they will get the message. You remember at the beginning we talked about the global village, and the word was coined by a man named McLuhan. That's his name. He also coined another term that's called that says the medium is the message. So let's not be too obsessed about this is the way, this is the. Let's try to be more flexible without losing our ethics, because that's our, we have that, that's our strength. But let's bring all these young people on board. And as well, the young people too should not just say, know it all. They should also learn from the older people. So like I said, it has to be an exchange. It cannot just be, it doesn't have to be two different camps. It can be a combination of both, because there's advantage, there are advantages in both camps, right? So I was going to say that, use the example of myself. Now, I don't know, these days I heard that people that were born in 2000, they are 23. Me that was born in 94, I'm still 23, so I don't understand. Anyway, so there's the generation that they call, I don't know what they call them, but it's like a confused generation. We have the millennials, we have the Gen Zs, we have the baby boomers, but there's a particular generation that is in between. They have a touch of both, and that's why I happen to fall into the years between 94 and 96. It's like when you see some people that are born in 94, they are behaving like Gen Zs, they are behaving like they are not really okay. And then when you see some that are born, they behave more mature and older, So there is that generation that exists that's like a mixture of both realities, And I feel like that is where we need to be as media. We cannot just say, no, this is how it is done, you must write it. Nobody is going to watch your video, nobody is going to read your article. And then what's not the point of writing? Nobody reads, Whereas those that know how to caption and their stories, editing and all, people are watching their videos. So that's my that's my submission on what we should do. We must remember the power we have as stakeholders in their space, and remember that we have a high call. Now, when I say high call, I'm going to refer to our mission at DW, which is unbiased information for free minds. That's our goal. That's what our mindset behind the story. We don't want any information that is influenced by any form of propaganda, and we are trying to target free minds. Now, why is that important? For us as Africans, it's important because when we invest in freeing our minds as Africans, we can make good decisions, whether that is political, socio-economic, that will advance our continent for us and our one generation. And I love this. That's our mindset as so with that drive, with that ginger, knowing that people need to know the truth, people need to know the real facts. People need to know that how people make decisions. If you see most people now, most young people, Gen Zs, they dress alike. They are being influenced by one person or the other online. Do you understand? So we must seek that same influence and find out how are they doing it. Why? Because we understand we'll be able to make good decisions and we'll have a better society. I'll close with this by Jim Morris, which says, whoever controls the media controls the mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. What you should learn is, see, you can have all the degrees. If there's no money backing it up, we still need to be confident. We still need to keep the ethics, like he said. And this is where the balance comes in. We need each other. Believe me. Sometimes particularly some of us are people that feel that those those small, they know a lot and they can actually teach us. So I think that one of the things we should go on with is incorporating the CEO. Ask them what would they watch, what would they listen to, what would they read, and then see how we can develop capacity to build some of the skills that are essential for now. It's not very clear. You can't use the whole 1940 mass com experience to run media of today. Ethics is important, never forget. Because at the time you find yourself having to meet those ethics, balance, and co. So at the same time, how can you innovate in a way that public interest is not the only thing that you're seeking? Because if you keep saying public interest, public interest, public interest, public interest, that media is supposed to be free. What will you take that as interest to go and say, I'm in public interest, and so the schools also should do public interest? So I think that is, we have question for her because I'm sure she needs to go back to the studio to actually, we have questioned something. They have an academy, the academy and all that. You want to ask question about how it runs, because that's one of the reasons why it is here. What do they do there? How can you take advantage? Like already have media organization, not that it's just coming young people that are not coming. So don't just come and leave. Ask questions. No, DW has to go back there. I don't think they have. They do some training in Nigeria. So
but I mean, there are different programs, different, they also collaborate with media organizations to train their staff. So there are so many different programs that we are.
And I hope we can take advantage.
I'm definitely pointing in the right direction because I'm a journalist. I don't really work for the academy.
I know. No, not really. Doesn't have to be. But there are opportunities. I have the side, foundation. We have the newspaper side. So anyhow, you should be able to whether academy or whatever, or you can, and then maybe one or two start with the gossip visits. Now we are achieve start there. So okay, thank you.
All right, so thank you so much for this. Now, I context from being on some sort. The beginning of it, I used to actually have conversations. Okay, so just thinking right now, what we do advise that would be very catchy, people into the community to the person.
So you said it's targeted at people your age, right?
Momentum is part of you.
Okay, so my question to you is this: have you been able to accomplish what you set out to accomplish by reaching your age? Yes. Have you been successful at that? So you have already people that follow you,
Yes,
that do all of that.
yeah.
So that would be your side, right? There's a way to do it, and let me just give you an example. If you go on YouTube, again, it goes back to my point of learning how to package, your message, learning how to write a catchy title, learning how to do your thumbnail. YouTube is your main platform, right?
Yes.
So learn how to do your thumbnail in such a way that it's clickable and it's attractive. I wish I had time. Let me just show you an example.
I hope you understand what. we have online.
Yes. I want to. This has very good audience. But anyways, while it's slowly, when it comes to YouTube, the key is that I've learned and I've practiced and I've worked is learning how to make good thumbnails, learning how to write good titles, and hooking your audience in the first 15 seconds. 15 seconds is very short, 15 to 30 seconds, you know. So this is Tayo Ayo. This is his first video. When somebody sees $5.7 million a year, that's the first thing you see. Somebody that is looking for how to make money online. Even they see, they will click on it. You understand? They will click on it. And by the time they watch it, the first few seconds, and according to YouTube, if people can watch beyond the first 30 seconds, they are not going to click out of it. They will stay. So, like I said, there is a science behind it. I don't want it to seem overwhelming for you. The thing about digital and on the online spaces, you just have to take it day by day, day by day. And my own ideology that I use for my own personal project is for every video I make, I try to do 1% better. So I look back, who can I improve? What can I add? I'm not trying to do everything I want to create the perfect video. No, it's step by step. Maybe today you look at, okay, how can I write this title in a way that people, and how do you figure out that? You go and study, you go and sit down and look at YouTube and look at how people that are having millions of views, how are they crafting their this thing. There's an email mailing list I subscribe to. It's called Creator Books. Basically, what they do is they give you examples of captions that work, titles, YouTube titles that work, and they tell you this is what worked, this is what failed. There are people that their job is to study YouTube titles. That's their job. That's to show you that it's a psychological thing, that is work, and it's not just something that you can just say, okay, hopefully people will see my message. No, you have to actually go and learn. So I will advise you that you just go and see what other people are doing. It will also make you see, okay, what's the trend? What are people saying now? How are people capturing their videos? So like I said, using this I know video as an example. See this one now. I spent 24 hours with the video. How many? 1.3 million views. Why? Because you can see the video there. People already know the video. What was it like spending 24 hours with the video? Of course, I know what you're thinking probably is that your subject is self-development. So let me show you our page. And it will show you, it goes back to my point about package, because it's not just you might need to do that, but at this point, maybe the Gen they don't even know you. So why would they be like, I don't know this person, why should I listen to this? And you've never put your. So let me show you our page. This one is not it's like action. It's not so it's called the Shining Light Show. And like I said, it's entertainment, Markangel, this is comedy, right? Or documentary like what I showed you, how I spent it. But there are people looking for valuable information. Before I even open this, there's a page I just discovered. The guy is an Indian guy. Guess what? He don't even show it. but it consistently gets hundreds of thousands of views. And what does it talk about? News and current affairs. For example, there was a coup in Mali. He just did a long documentary about the history of coups in Mali, who is who, that. You think people know what that kind of thing, but people are watching it. Do you understand? So again, it boils down to how, specifically for YouTube, we are looking at the YouTube title, the thumbnail, and the first 30 seconds. So this is like one of our most successful videos. Sorry, let me go back so that you can see the thumbnail. So you can see the thumbnail. Oh, you can see the thumbnail. Now, another thing that, and let me just give you some insights. According to YouTube, for every 100 times they show your video. So when you open YouTube and you see that's an impression, that is considered an impression. When you open the YouTube website, any video you see, you know, every time a video is open and it's shown on the screen, it's impressed every 100 times. If the video is clicked on 8 out of 100 times, at least 8 out of 100 times, it's considered a high performing video. You know, you would think maybe they'll say 80 out of 100. No, just 8 out of 100. So out of every 100 times, if they show your video and 8 people click on it, it's a high performing video. Wow. So let me just say that the stakes are not very high. So this is the thumbnail. You can see it boldly. God can handle your grief. I particularly don't even think it's so strong, but apparently people seem to be drawn to it, and it's a testimony of hope and healing, blah blah blah. So let me, I don't think you can hear. I want to play the 30 seconds, the first seconds. Okay.
For the celebrity that my father was murdered in our.
Can you hear?
On the 27th December 2000, my father was murdered in our home in Georgia. My father was pastor. 5 years later, I'm passing. How can something this bad happen to someone that is this good? One thing the devil does is to make you feel that whatever challenges you're going through is exclusive to you. And so what does that do? That makes you become lonely. You feel exempted. You feel disfavored.
Sorry, the video has frozen because of the internet. It's organic. I do not post it. And it has 104,000 views as of school. Now, what I wanted to show you that internet has stopped going is the fact that I spent hours on just the 30 seconds video, because I've already done my research, I've done my studies, and I found out that if I can get my audience with the first 30 seconds, they will watch the rest of it. And keep in mind, I'm not putting up a 12-minute video. This is a video of 1 hour 15 minutes. It's a very long video. And they will tell you that, oh, you don't watch long form. It's not true. I have evidence. So yeah, so the first 30 seconds, I basically thought of it like a movie trailer. So I said, what do you do? If you analyze this video, there are so many elements within this video. There is the soundtrack. From the soundtrack already, you can see the tension is building. There is the pictures at the back, the effects, the transition. You know, there are so many elements. And how did I know this? Because I watched a video of a guy that was talking about something about how to make a video. I was doing my normal research, and I heard the guy saying that the sound effect is a major way of captivating. So I said, okay, my next video, I'm going to try it. And it worked. So my advice to you.
The lighting is also.
Yes, the lighting is good. So my advice to you of the video. Yes. So I like what he said, because one other thing, in doing my research, the guy said, one of the people I watch, if you are into YouTube, I advise you to subscribe to this channel. It's called Think Media channel. They can, it's very, very long. Most of what I learned about YouTube, I learned from that channel. What they said is, I forgotten what I wanted to say. But basically, when it comes to YouTube, just understand and keep studying and keep developing. You will see correctly. Yeah, remember what I was saying now. What they said is, as a creator, you have different strengths and weaknesses, right? There are certain things that you know that you are really good at. Maybe for you, is the message, like you are really good at this message. You are not good at editing or lighting or all of that. But understand your strength and leverage that strength. Then outsource the rest. Do you understand? For example, now for me, I'm a media professional like every one of us here. And I'm very good at the technical stuff. I know how to edit, I understand lighting, I understand cameras. And I said, this is what I'm good at. So I must be the best at it. So I got my friends who work with me normally. I said, please come and help me, you guys. They make Nollywood movies down Netflix. They're very good. So I contacted them. And I said, let's work together. This is what I want to do. They don't charge me anything for free. So I said, no problem, I should do it. And they came and brought their technical knowledge. All I had to do is just reach out to the guest. And I don't even say anything throughout. I'm just interviewing. It's an interview. But I'm not talking, like all these podcasts or interviews that the interviewer will be adding his own. No, I don't do that. Just ask questions and answer. But I knew that my leverage was that I had technical know-how. So find your leverage and outsource the rest. So now I'm going to, because the editing of the videos takes so much of my time and I still have my normal job, I'm now going to outsource my video editing. So I was telling you guys that somebody said, that's the video editor I'm trying to get on my team. He's a Gen Z. And I was very happy. He's still a student in the university, but he's very, very good. And he knows what's going on. It's not that I'll be trying to escape to him something. Say, sorry, ma, what's the meaning of click? I don't understand, like, you don't even know. So I'm looking for people that are smarter than me, that are better than me, those are kind of ground to hire. So I think I want to advise us also do that. Not try to get some, it's not easy in Nigeria, especially when it comes to technical data. So it's hard to find people that are very, very, very hard. But you can also add prayer. That you can outsource. But remember what I said, don't try to do everything at once because it can be overwhelming. I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes when knowledge can be crippling sometimes when you don't use it. So sometimes after I finish watching, researching, I'm like, I don't even think I know what I'm doing. I'm doing it, so I pace it. I don't just go all the time. I just take it like a diet, just bit by bit ahead. So maybe you can say today I want to learn how to write good captions. That's what you study. Go and look for how to write good captions. So many resources, are available on YouTube.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the session. So thank God you mentioned YouTube, and I think currently it's one of the things I'm battling with, even on the job. So I produced a weekly show on my newsroom, and based on what we do, we are a niche publication. We do entrepreneurs. So we kind of teach out opportunities, information about entrepreneurs and all. And
when you say opportunity, what do you mean?
Like grants, accelerators, and also we are MSME accountability, and that is our niche. That's what like looking for us for. Although we do other things, but the opportunities come first. So we created a YouTube channel last year. I think I understand last year. Then the first 3 months we were trying to grow the channel. Then we had like weekly show, we called it enterprise chats. So on that show, we bring in like a knowledge expert who it's an interview format, so we have that, then he answered like 2 questions. And because we understand that okay, the attention span are like very limited, make like 15, 30 minutes. But despite that, we still struggled at some point. Embrace the channel. And mind you, we have like an in-house community of entrepreneurs, close to 1,000. So and we have the resource, we have a LinkedIn
followers of close to 7K plus. We have Instagram followers of 3K. Same with Facebook and Twitter. And I'm asking myself, okay, where is the problem? So how am I going to crack this? Of course we can. So we just put out a video this morning, and I'm checking what it asks now. Yeah, but then you could do better because yes.
And your question now.
Let her get to the
So our question.
I think we can continue. I think
So is that the password is not working?
so. I get your point. I also think also that it might also be the way it's being presented, because sometimes most of these LBS people, Pan-African, they are just doctor in this, and they are training business people. They have not done business that they have just managed a million times. And they are, and people are sometimes research people is what they have researched that their comments coming to. But I think maybe presentation.
This morning, the price is at still what we need to find is business. One can actually solve it. Take like 20 years. Probably the
So we need to keep asking, why are people still going to Pan-Africa and research work?
It does something very fine.
Because some of people that think they don't they're just research. Yeah.
But it will try
I think that's the reason why they are bringing experts into some of their lectures. That's what they're doing. But usually you have most of the scholars and researchers taking like 60–70% of the courses. And most of the time, truly, they are not on the papers.
You know that when you say that, you might be able to do
but it's better than what it was. But it's better than what it was. But that one.
how people yeah. For now, yes, for now, most of the Sebastian has done all that. So in terms
That's why some way of taking from this things that once you understand the ethics, use for like the rules of engagement. Yeah, that yeah. Now, if you put something ethics or switching, if they are not also run into trouble, yes. And we were trying to be creative. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I love this. Yes. So let's just analyze it together. It's not sure.
Okay.
Sir?
Let's try whether when it goes to have, I don't know where it's not big.
Oh,
you can just call, you can check it out.
okay, but I want to show you
So I don't
something.
like speed class. What's that?
Yes.
Should
we maybe restart it? Restart the projector?
I don't know.
Maybe we should.
Okay, that's that.
Whenever it is going to app, not the face of the
Please, let's look at this together. Assuming you are in your house in the evening and you are just scrolling through your phone and you see this video. Thumbnail. It's so much. Remember, you're probably paying a proper graphic designer to design this thing. Meanwhile, people are just designing stuff in, like on Canva, and they have, better clicks. So if we're analyzing it, just looking at page, the thumbnail alone is not catchy. That's it. Let's look at this one that you posted 4 hours. It's so busy. I can read. And keep in mind, this is a laptop. I'll be looking at my phone, so it will be smaller. I can't read what is on that thumbnail. Do you understand? So I will advise your organization to invest in research. When I say research, I'm just talking about YouTube. Go and look for how to create a catchy thumbnail. And you will see like several videos that will help. That's the thumbnail. Now, the title. First of all, you throw me off. I can read SMEs success through collaborative ecosystems for sustainable change. It's like a conference topic. No.
Technical like that.
Exactly. Exactly. So you can already see. Now, I just can't remember the name of the pages now. But what you are doing is, you may think, oh, we don't have equipment to do camera and lighting and all of that. Did you record this on a laptop?
Yeah, we used a lot.
Zoom.
Yes.
Zoom. There are YouTube channels that are doing this same thing. I know of one, I just cannot remember in the US. That, they have several every Monday. See, every day at 7 a.m. The guy does a live stream. And he has thousands of, and by the way, he's an older man. He's not young. He actually has retired. So he was looking for what to do with his time. Do you understand? But his thumbnail, he's this thing. And when it comes to this, what you are doing, I think it's so powerful because people are looking for opportunities. Maybe we should even start from the name of your channel, MSME Africa. Okay. Like, if I'm somebody that is a business and I'm looking for opportunity, this, I will not know that that's what we do or not. Understand? And remember, we are in a battle of attention. So if within a second you can't even tell me what your channel is about, talk more of the title, talk more of the thumbnail. Do you see that already? I won't even get to see the amazing things that you are saying within the video. So if you can, I mean, I think Nigeria, we are still in very, very infant stages. But if you study these people that have YouTube empires, that have like, they are YouTube millionaires. You saw that guy that I showed you, 5.7 million a year. He is living in a 5-bedroom in London and has his studios within the house where he's living. But he has staff working for him. He has, like, I was working with my husband and he was like, if this was in Nigeria, he would be living in, like, he would be living huge. But the guy is still a simple guy, you know. But you know what it means to live in a 5-bedroom mansion in London, where they live, you know, very small lives. So that's true. He was a doctor. He resigned the job as a doctor to start doing it.
I think the city also makes there. There is different
Yes.
Now, what I'm seeing again, most of our people find have a platform. They see a radio person where you see what's the platform and we're active inside. We are talking about having a television station. That's probably you are now template you are having. So God should be continue.
Yeah, so you are actually you are a young person. So if you were building your own YouTube channel, for example, there's a way you do it. But many young people are not advised to transfer that same knowledge into their work. Yes, so they're not allowing them to use their own creativity. Yes, yes, exactly. So it's like, you see, yeah, there's no room for flexibility. Thank you. So you see this video now. I can't even tell what it's about. I know I've read the title. But let's say it's about ecosystems for sustainable collaborative. I don't
Collaborative for money.
Collaborative for
money. 3 words. Collaborative. 3 words. So
yes.
Simple.
So that's my challenge to you, since you are the one in charge of the YouTube channel, is you probably cannot change the name. You can't change the logo. But what you can do is you can go back and sit down on YouTube and start looking for how to write catchy thumbnails, how to design a catchy thumbnail, how to write titles, and then secondly, look for a YouTube channel that is doing what you are doing and is super successful and just copy it.
Of course,
in a personal private time now, she will still be on her phone, whether you like it or not. She might as well use it for something. Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah.
I can take decisions.
Yeah, exactly. So if you can, another thing I noticed, sorry, sir, is that many young people don't actually, in fact, they are like, they don't want to talk, they don't want to, you know, they are scared. Like I gave the example of my sister-in-law. Because maybe the first time she said, let's do this, well, we should do this, or we should do this thing. The editor was like, please, we don't want to do that. So she said, let's be quiet. You don't want to say anything again. Even though in her personal life, she knows all the things, she knows everything, she knows it already, but she doesn't understand that what she has is value and can be useful for the organization. Or she didn't. So we just have to we have to keep encouraging her. Don't worry, feel free, say what you think. No idea is stupid, no idea is wasted, you know. So it has to be, we have to create that atmosphere of growth. For my older people here, don't think that you need to go and start studying, look for somebody on your team. Give the person, let that be the person's work. Go and research. Go and look for how to do this, do that, and come back to your report. Come and teach all of us. You know, assign. What I'm saying is, you can, what they call that? You can assign it to somebody. You can delegate. You can delegate that work to somebody else. And remember what I said about bringing Genesis to your team. There are so many ways you can bring them. They are students. My friend here is a student. They are students. They are not looking for big money. You can bring them in. There are people that are coppers. Even secondary school students, they are so creative. The way their mind works, it's something else. You can bring them in. Just come as an intern. Come as this. But you know what you are looking for. So.
What I just wanted to add, even the quality of
yes, so we had that issue yesterday, but the previous ones were really better.
The reason why I didn't want to say about that is because somebody might say, oh, we don't have money to buy everything. But like my brother is saying, even if you don't have money, there's still a way you can position writing. You can position now. Let me again, I wish my sister was around. There's a language on YouTube. There's a way you say, see now what she's saying.
It's yet another super duper exciting edition and insightful.
Guess what? I've clicked out already. I've clicked out. TV.
So I am thinking that because you want and
just straight.
Journalist.
She's a journalist. It will not work. So I'm watching Arise.
Yeah.
I know that. Okay, I'm watching you. What is your YouTube channel? It cannot work. But that's like YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Thank you. You need to go straight to the point. Let's hear what you have to say. Nobody has time. Now, I don't show you our YouTube. Let me show you what our Instagram looks like. How we edit one content for a different platform. I'll just video. By the way, I'm sure you can see, like my following on Instagram is 34.8. But as of November last year, it was 2,000. 2,000. So in 8 months, we've been able to grow this page from 2,000 followers to 34.8 followers, just by using all these things that I'm telling you about. Let me show you this video. This one has 2.1 million on Instagram.
So I can actually see that.
I can, but I also have the power to say, I'll think about it. So you have to really pay attention, because again, this is a different platform, so there is no time. Yes. Okay. So this is that same long form.
I was feeling very frustrated. And I said, if I just want that motherly, how obvious, like, coach, as I went. Someone walks into the shop to buy something. I never met this lady before. She doesn't know me, I don't know her. I finished attending to her, she's looking again. And she says, God says to give you a hug. She didn't wait for me to say okay, and she just, for lack of, she just arranged me. It was just enveloped me into what was happening. You know when a shock that's even like, and she leaves the door. Needed, my soul needed it, and it couldn't have been a coincidence. It's not a prayer. It wasn't something send me go out of the sunshine. Answer me now. Just a thought. God is that present to feel the longings of us. If only we are vulnerable enough to be naked and unashamed. One time, I was feeling better.
Just a brief analysis of simple things I did in editing this video. Sorry, I didn't take it. Because I understand that this is Instagram, this is not YouTube. This is Instagram.
No, the other one.
Yes. Yes, Instagram should be shut down. But
Instagram should be shut down between Instagram and Instagram.
It's the same thing. Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts, they are the same thing. But the shorter is better. So this is as of today, because you know things change every day. So some things I apply, some simple things I apply just by learning that many other creators on Instagram maybe don't even know. First of all, make the video full frame like this. So what that means is when people are watching on their phone, they are not seeing any other thing. So they are not distracted. So they will not scroll if the first sentence has already put them. Secondly, I use a lot of jump cuts because people don't have attention. So the video is changing every 2 seconds. Something is changing on the screen that is hooking the person. Now, these are the psychological things before you now even talk about the message. Okay.
So I'm asking, whether it's allowed to use long frame on YouTube.
This kind of, yeah, I mean, you can. So that you can use it for YouTube Shorts. No, so YouTube will give you adverts. Whether they always give you, except if you are premium, you have YouTube Premium. But the advert is good because that's how you make your money. But again, YouTube is more, people are coming there to, it's more long form. They're like, their mind, it's not like they are scrolling like Instagram. They just want to be entertained. They just want to scroll. So understanding the platform is important. That's what I'm trying to say. So we understood that for Instagram and we just applied it. Nobody has time to say, okay, so my mother is from Lagos. She did this, she did this. No, they've scrolled already. But I know in 1 minute what I want you to get from that video. Do you understand? So I've already crafted it. If you need more, that's why the YouTube is followed. Do you understand? So storytelling is very important. I can show you one more video. This other one, this was the first video we posted. And like the way we did it is like a story. So all the YouTube Shorts are basically summarized in 1 hour interview. The highlights interview. So here, this was where she first of all said, okay, this is what happened to her.
The 5th of December 2011, my father was murdered in our home in Oregon, in Keja. My father was a pastor and eye doctor. 5 years later, my mom passed in her sleep. How can something this bad happen to someone that is this good? One thing the devil does is to make you feel that whatever challenges you're going through is exclusive to you. And so what does that do? That makes you withdraw. You become lonely. You feel exempted. You feel disfavored. It's a lie. It's the same healing power of God that can heal cancer, can heal a hurting heart. It's for the same purpose.
Yeah.
2 million, if you do 2 million, man, it's something. See, if you.
How do you compress the entire interview to a few minutes without seeing how
What I'm saying about storytelling, one. Secondly, don't try to say too much in one video. I could have said, okay, let's just, if we add all this, there are 5 actually, but 4 on this page, 1 on my other page. And again, this page, like I said, I already had 2,000 as at the beginning of the year. But then I now created this other page just for the show alone. And so, anyways, what I'm trying to say is that you could have said, okay, let's just join everything together. Because now Instagram, you can post for videos, and maybe people are doing that, they're doing well. I don't know, but obviously for people to want to watch your long form, it means they trust you and they know they already know, or you have something really good to give them. You built a brand. But for us that we are starting from zero, nobody knows me, nobody knows us, nobody knows anything, and so meanwhile on our page that we started from zero, this shining light show, now we are on 8,615 followers. Now my idea when I went to it, my premise, my hypothesis was that we won't really get a lot of followers on this page because people like to follow people. So anything you learn, try to test it. It's not because everybody is saying it, that means it's true. So people, they always say that people like to follow people. They don't really like. I even asked my sister-in-law, because my sister-in-law said, I asked them, oh, if you see this kind of page, would you like to follow? They're like, nah, I'd rather if it's you, I'll follow you. But I said, let me just create it, just in case, create the page just in case. And people started following the page. Do you understand? So for me, what have I learned? It's not everything that you hear. Even though you learn, you need to still test what you learn. Another thing, when we were shooting, our director and and other people, they were like, and the other people, they have like traditional TV experience. They are young people, but they've been working in TVs. And they were like, I said, so guys, how do you think we should post these videos? Do you think we should just post everything at once, or we should just post 10 minutes? We'll be posting it small like that. They said, if you post it at one, everybody will watch. Just post it small, maybe 10, 12 minutes, 10, 12 minutes, 10, 12 minutes. And then after a while, when you can now take it to a TV station and put it. But please, let's tell ourselves. People still watch your though, but if you have a huge following online, sometimes it's more valuable than TV is just for brand. Say I have a show on TV. So I tried it out. But when I saw the comments, people were like, where is the full video? Please, want to see the full video. Please, when I posted the full video, And I said, okay, it seems like people are actually ready to commit to long form. So I put it out. And they were watching. So again, this theory that we've learned and we've heard, and even if you watch YouTube, people say that people don't watch long form. It's not true. People actually watch long form. So I tested it. I tested the short form. People were watching, but based on what the feedback I was getting, they wanted the long form. And so I put out the long form. And it still works. So each person has their own identity, their own digital identity. So but you need to learn how it works. And then you now test out these different things. This person said do like this. Do it, try it. If it works, it doesn't work. You try something else. So because this is not, again, like I said, this is like a personal project. So I had the liberty to do whatever I wanted. No pressure. You remember I told you I built a TikTok account for deed of in my organization and it did not work. It started working at first, but it did not work. Why? Because too many hands in the soup. Too many limitations, expectations, this is how you should be, this is how you should be, But doing something that I have the liberty. Okay, this is all I've learned. Let me now put it into practice. And I'm testing small, little by little. I'm not under pressure. I don't even have a posting schedule. So I can post today and not post tomorrow and not post. But people will tell you, if you start posting, you must post every week.
Because someone even told us that we can't have a product, just one product and expect that people will have like much followers and everything. So we are now back to the drawing table. We're thinking of another product. Change of the time. We're thinking of another product.
Thank you. Do you know? Yes, I love what you said. Because that is I am obsessed with giving people value. I tell myself, you cannot come to my page and you will not leave.
a different person. You will not live with something, no matter how small. So if you are giving people value, like you literally provide opportunities for people. Do you know, like you know, thank you. They should be pushing you.
Platforms, yes. On our like websites, we have the
So maybe another thing is you also need to think about the platform. It could be that YouTube is not for you. So you need to also ask yourself, like, what exactly? So you provide opportunities, or maybe your YouTube is for something else.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm getting that answer.
So this is where research comes in, and this is why I told you, go and look for people that are doing what you are doing. And let me give you an example. There's a company called Buzzsprout. Let me just open them. It's and this is what global brands all over the world are doing. Remember, it's a game of attention and then influence. So this company, basically what they try to do, it's a platform, the technological company. It's on that platform you can publish your podcast, they help you distribute it to all other public podcast platforms and all. So Buzzsprouts. Buzzsprouts. But I'm not like a huge fan of their YouTube channel, but they are doing quite okay. So they now created a YouTube channel. On their YouTube, they are not necessarily telling you about their products. They are not saying, see the products we are doing. You think because it's the technology? No. What they are now teaching you is, you can see it there clearly, tips to launch, grow, and monetize your podcast. So there is a strategy behind it. So they have a YouTube. So if you search for something, let's say, how do I upload my podcast? Their video will pop up and you will watch it, you know. But at the end of this video, they'll not tell you, but if you need help, we have a product that can. But even if nobody buys their product, at least they're helping. So the YouTube has a clear focus. So I think that's also part of what you need to sit down and think about. What is the purpose of the YouTube channel? Who are we targeting? You know, and then what do the people we are targeting? What do they need? What do they want? What kind of information are they looking for on YouTube?
So let's call it a day. You come to our on that note, she's coming to the title of our annual comment is African Future of African Journalism, Content, Viability, and Policy. So November 9. She's a partner. No, we pray that there won't be. No, because so
I always has been valuable.
No, you added what we wanted to do was close around one, but I hope that is worth your time. And yes, we're not going to give you a rule. We are giving you something to go and make money. When you go to please remember everything we are working on. But more importantly, thank you for coming. Thank you for the opportunity to share. And you see, this is live, not practical. So I think we can go away with this, even though the other person saying presentation, I don't want to waste your time anymore. It's almost 3. Please go home, go and think about all this and begin to explain. I hope send me the presentation. Okay, let's take care of that. Anyone who possibly I think that why you not using that's Sorry.
Sorry, let me take this out. Just excuse. Sorry. You know we are doing marketing.
You pay for that personal. Unlike with this sentence of network.
Everything.
Oh yeah, everyone come out and join. Everybody come.
You pay for this one.
Everybody. Let's come out quick.
Okay. This side.
Thank you. You guys will pay us. We should take money for.
But it's something you advise our guy in the sustainability that he should know how to network. Have you network?
Okay, guys online, thank you. Have a good day. We come to the end of this session.